All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, November 4th. It is 9:05 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining me this morning is Vice Chair Doreen D'Adamo, excuse me, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also joined by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our Chief Deputy, Karen Mogus. In for Mr. Lawfer is Phil Wiles. We have this morning as well our Clerk of the Board, Courtney Tyler. Assisting her this morning is Margie Argel and Susan Reyes. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and virtual components. If you're joining us virtually, you're joining us by our traditional webcast on the Cal EPA website or the YouTube live site. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link at the top of the agenda with a form and instructions on how to get onto that platform. But if you're having any challenges this morning, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For those of you here in the room, good morning, everyone. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. And if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, there is a QR code at the side of the room. There is also a laptop to sign up. If you're having any challenges, though, please do just speak to the clerk of the board. And when you come up, please introduce yourself and any organization you're affiliated with if you feel so comfortable. And also, lastly, for us here in the room, please do silence any phones just so that we have an uninterrupted discussion. All right, well, we'll begin this meeting as we always customarily do with public forum. I believe we have about 4 public forum commenters, and we'll start this morning with John Martin, be followed by Tom Myers, then Regina Chicazola, and our last commenter will be Ray Tahir. And Mr. Martin, you should be invited to come off camera and or unmute. Okay.
I'm here.
Good morning. Good to see you.
Oh, good morning to you all. I'm John Martin. I'm a pathologist living in South Pasadena here in California. I was thrilled to read through the policy of the State Water Board that you aim at maximizing the benefits of the state's water for the people in California. So this entails reviewing and incorporating new scientific information that can increase the quality of the water. Now, at present, most of the parameters for assessing the quality of water are based on what's not in the water. In particular, no toxins, no harmful microbes, and no more than the allowable limits of regularly present chemicals. Now, these parameters of what's not there are determined by various physical, chemical, and sensory markers. Farmers, particularly those having large properties, have a much broader view of water quality. They know that water from different locations on their property can have quite different effects in terms of us promoting the quality and the quantity of their crops. Also, in the field of medicine, there are some humans who have really had remarkable benefits from consuming water from certain locations in the world, so-called health spas that are there. Now, the commercial marketing of water, medicinal water from these locations, or attempts to try to modify regular water to make it beneficial to particular diseases is impaired or prohibited by the Food and Drug Administration. Now, alternative to that approach is to realize that this same approach, activated water, can be used in the environment, and as I'll describe, to improve the quality of water, and this may provide a path to the eventual additional application to humans. But there's a real need to do something even now with the water. The EPA has reported that approximately half of the nation's waterways do not meet the required quality standards. Typical anomalies are the recurrent presence of blue-green algae and other toxic algae, or the overgrowth of these invasive species, such as zebra mussels in the Midwest. The to move on from that, the typical approach that people have been taking has been to use chemicals that at a desired concentration will be selectively toxic for the unwanted microorganisms or life forms. But the idea of using these chemicals has the inherent property. It's virtually impossible to immediately establish the desired level of a particular chemical. It takes time for the whole dilution process. Moreover, most of the chemicals used do not have that fine specificity that would be required to avoid having adverse effects. Now, I've come at this topic from a different point of view. I've been involved now in a new approach that's far more effective, and it's aimed at improving the quality of the inland rivers and lakes, inland waterways. The approach is a holistic approach, and it's based on the concept that the impaired waterways have insufficient energy to restore, if you want, a more balanced water ecosystem. This energy is best understood as a life force that's required by an ecosystem to adapt to the changed conditions that have been imposed on it. There are limitations of what most of these waterways can do, which is why they become disordered. Now, this energy can be easily put into water using a variety of now well-characterized ways. One of them is the use of pellets made up from processed volcanic rock materials. Several of these pellets are now being used in conjunction with some biochar and a nutrient solution. Added to water, it's providing benefit to the water in several locations. The first, which I can describe, was approaching a very heavily algae contaminated area adjacent to Big Spirit Lake in Iowa. There's a slough, sandbar slough coming from it. The material, that biochar, the volcanic pellets, and nutrient solution was applied to a small tributary. The algae from that area disappeared within several days, but then the benefits extended all the way up through that slough, more than 1,000 acres, so that the whole area became cleaned. That was then followed by the disintegration of zebra mussels and the appearance of quite remarkable additional wildlife, or things that were not seen previously. A beaver had built a dam, had not been seen for the last 50 years by the person who was making the observation. Now, I've been able to come up with other examples, which I'll describe and have described. I basically have presented this information at several international water conferences. I've been able to publish it in several articles and to have there and to continuing with these endeavors. Now, what the state...
Thank you. Mr. Martin, I apologize to interrupt. You've gone over a bit at this point, 5 minutes, and I do appreciate your points and information, but wondering if you might be able to wrap a bit soon. Thank you.
The very second, what the board could do is identify locations to apply this, to validate it for their own ways, and I'd be very happy to assist in such endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. I do appreciate those comments. And actually, I have your email address here, so I'll email you and would be interested in seeing some of those studies. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Tom Myers, be followed by Regina Chicazola, and then Ray Tahir. And then our final commenter will actually be Russell Walsh. Okay, thank you. Mr. Myers, it sounds like you aren't currently on the platform. If you do get on while we're still during public forum and even later during the meeting, glad to take your comment. Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chicazola, be followed by Ray Tahir, and again, Russell Walsh. Sounds like Ms. Chicazola just dropped off. Ms. Chicazola, if you, and I know sometimes she does have internet connection issues up north, so please do just pop back on and we'll take your comment. Next, we'll call up Ray Tahir.
Morning, board members. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, Code Section 13287 needs to be rescinded or amended for the following reasons. It incorporates the bracketed definitions that include certain general orders and disclosure requirements into the code as shown before, and you're familiar with this. Next slide, please. Mr. Laufer admitted that the bracketed definitions are not part of the Code 13287 by pointing to the preambular section of Port of Cologne that references a pamphlet and a booklet as well. The pamphlet contains excerpts of the Port of Cologne Act and other related water code sections. The State Water Resources Control Board publishes the collection as part of its public information program. This booklet is provided as a public service. Bracketed headings in Division 7 are not part of the code, but are editorial insertions for the benefit of the reader. Then at the bottom, it says the California Legislative Council maintains official code, which is accessible on their internet, and there's the link. Next slide, please. It is clear the inclusion of bracketed definitions, though not part of the code, nevertheless could be part of the code. Anyone reading 13287 would have to come away with that understanding. It would be unrealistic and fruitless for someone to look to the preambular section of Port of Cologne to find a reference to be bracketed to the bracketed definitions in 13287. The link, which is shown here, is referenced in the preambular section of Port of Cologne, which is referenced in the preambular section of Port of Cologne, opens a legislative page, information page, pertaining to codes in divisions 1 to 37. The water code is Division 7, by the way. Further, there's no booklet to be found, let alone the bracketed definition added to 13287. It is painfully clear that by adding the bracketed definition of 13287 invalidates the entire code, which requires legislative correction. Now the question is, who was responsible for writing the bracketed definitions and placing them in 13287? Next slide, please. Mr. Laufer recently admitted that the term general permit is not legal, and stated earlier that his Q&A, which contains multiple references to general orders, was not approved by the state board. The right thing to do, of course, would be to remove from any document that references general orders, starting with the Q&A and the following, which you're familiar with here. Next slide, please. Just a reminder, Mr. Laufer, at the last meeting, I asked him to send me confirmation that CII permits are not subject to ex parte communication because they are enrollment permits. Could the board ask him to send me the information? Next, the Office of Chief Counsel ignored 3 separate public records requests submitted to Assistant Chief Counsel Phil Wiles, submitted by the Gardena Valley Democratic Club, initially on August 8th, then on August 28th, and then September 10th and September 22nd. What is odd is that Mr. Laufer responded to the public records request through me instead of responding to the Democratic Club. In so doing, Mr. Laufer violated the government code 6250 through 6270. What is the board going to do about this? Next slide. And here's the letter that was submitted by the Gardena Democratic Club. Next slide. Mr. Laufer needs to account for his mistakes. He is probably responsible for adding the definition bracket to 13287, rendering it invalid. He appears to have done so to make up for the vagueness of the initial version of 13287, and because he created general orders without administrative and legal justification. The problems originated from this board can only be corrected by the board, not the Senate Committee on Environmental Water Quality and other agencies, at least not at this time. Thank you very much for your patience. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time this morning, Mr. Heer. Next, I'd like to call up Russell Walsh. And Mr. Walsh, I don't know if you're in the audience. I don't believe I see you. I know you signed up to speak in person, and we can potentially take your comment later then. Thank you. Okay, that wraps up public forum. Thanks everyone for those who addressed the board this morning. It's actually a very important part of the board here that we have an opportunity for the public to address the board on any item not agendized before the board. All right, that brings us into our actual board business, which is item number 1, consideration of the board meeting minutes from the October 21st board meeting. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there's any amendment or motion.
I'll move adoption of the minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Board meeting minutes are adopted. That next brings us to item number 2, which is an uncontested item. I won't read out the full title. It is in the agenda. Thanks for all the good work that folks did on it. The fact it's uncontested means work has been done well. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any discussion or want to bring it off uncontested, and then otherwise ready for a motion.
Move to adopt item 2.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Item is adopted. And again, thanks everyone for the good work. The infrastructure work that and funding the board does is just incredibly critical. Next, I'd like to go to tranche of informational items, and the first being our current hydrologic conditions. And I'll give a moment for folks to come up to the panel. Good morning, Ms. Bean. Good to see you.
Good morning, board members. I'm Jessica Bean with the Division of Water Rights, and I'm going to give you a very brief current hydrologic conditions and response update today. If we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So to start off, we've had some early precipitation this water year, and so taking a look here, statewide, we're looking at about 134% of average. This was for November 1st. Next slide, please. Before we look at more of the regional breakdown of what that precipitation has looked like, I did just want to show a couple of graphs here. You can see on the left is our total precipitation for the last 30 days. That was from about late September to late October. And then you have your mean daily temperature on the right-hand side. And so basically the point here is that we have had a cooler and wetter time period for that last 30 days, pretty much throughout all of California. So again, that was from late September into late October. And that's in comparison to the long-term average. So we did have some recent storms that brought early season snow, but we don't have the DWR snow graphs until later in the season. So we'll stop bringing those back in a couple of months. We do potentially have more precipitation on the way. So certainly for Northern California coming up this week, it's looking like. Next slide, please. So quickly, just taking a look at the indices that you're used to seeing here. As a reminder, your light blue area is the average, and way down at the very bottom is a dark blue line there. It says current, and that's what we're looking at right now. So again, very early in the season. But for the Northern Sierra Precipitation Index, we're looking at 93% of average for November 2nd. Next slide, please. Moving down into the San Joaquin area, we're looking at 112% of average. Next slide, please. And then in the Tulare, it's 169% of average. So again, this is very early in the season, so we'll be watching carefully, coming back with more information. But for our final slide, we have the major reservoirs, and we're basically at or above average for the major reservoirs as well. We are at 111% of average statewide, and we will not have regional updates today. There is a Scott Shasta item coming up later, so we'll just allow the Scott Shasta team to talk about that. So this is what I have for you today, but happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bean. I really appreciate the quick update. It's nice to have a decent start to the water year here. So, as you said, very early, so we'll not try to jinx it too much, but it's certainly nice to see a little early precipitation set up the water year right. Looking to fellow board colleagues, there's any questions, thoughts? Seeing none, we do have one commenter, and I would like to go to them, and that will be Felice Pace. Okay, apologies. It seems Mr. Pace is not currently on the platform. So no comments then. And thank you, Ms. Bean. Really appreciate the update here. Thank you. All right. Now that brings us to item number 4, which will be a presentation from the Division of Drinking Water on analytical method development in collaboration with the Department of Food and Agriculture Center for Analytical Chemistry. I know we had a public commenter bring up harmful algal blooms here at the top, and actually part of our work as we adapt to a hotter, drier future here and with more harmful algal blooms. We'll give a moment for folks to swap out. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Really, and thank you for our partners at CDFA.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Joaquin, Board Chair Escobar, and Vice Chair Diadamo, and Board Member Morgan, Board Member Firestone, and Board Member McGuire. It's great to see you all. My name is Robert Brownwood. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water, and we are really excited to present this item to the board, an informational item regarding the deliverables from our contract with California Department of Food and Agriculture Center for Analytical Chemistry. And they developed 3 methods for us, drinking water methods for the Division of Drinking Water. And today leading the presentation will be Dr. Maria de la Plaza Carpio Obeso, who will give the presentation, and she will later introduce the CDFA members, and we'll wrap up with Melissa Hall from our division, who will close it out. Mariela?
Thank you. And good morning, Water Board Chairperson, Joaquin Esquivel, honored board members, and also upper managers from water boards. As Bob just shared, we are here to present our collaboration with the California Department of Food and Ag Center for Analytical Chemistry and the Division of Drinking Water on the 3 methods, saxitoxins, benzotriazole, and 3-fluoroacetic acid. This presentation will be divided in 3 sections. First, I will provide the background on the interagency agreement. Second, our fellows from the Division of Food and Ag will present and discuss the analytical method development and the multi-laboratory validation studies that they perform under this agreement. And third, the program manager branch will outline the next steps. Next slide, please. The Division of Drinking Water implements the California and Federal Safe Drinking Water Acts to ensure that all communities have access to safe drinking water. The concept of what is safe changes over time as new emerging contaminants or new chemicals are identified, driving the need for improved for developing analytical methods to detect contaminants at lower concentrations in the environment. Therefore, the California Health and Safety Code authorized the water boards to conduct research, studies, demonstration projects to improve or develop new analytical methods for the detection of contaminants in drinking water. Next slide, please. To implement the scope of work needed for our division under this safety code, the Division of Drinking Water established an interagency agreement with the Center of Analytical Chemistry. The laboratory is well known for the state-of-the-art technologies, experience in analytical method development, intra and multi-validation studies, applied chemistry, and as a sister agency, it is very familiar with the state regulatory processes and interagency agreements. In addition, the laboratory has the philosophy of collaborate to innovate that empowers the lab to perform novel research approaches in analytical chemistry. Next. We established our interagency agreement from July 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2025. However, even that the contract has expired, we are continuing our collaboration with the Center of Analytical Chemistry through a memorandum of understanding that will expire on December 31st, 2025. Next. The list of chemicals of concern in drinking water is extensive, but the Division of Drinking Water selected these 3 compounds due to the potential health risk, potential occurrence in drinking water supplies, and the absence of a standard analytical method for detection. It is a pleasure to introduce our colleagues from the Center of Analytical Chemistry. They will present the analytical method development and the multi-laboratory validation study they conducted under the MOU. Dr. Mohamed Chehel Amirani earned his Bachelor of Science in Civil and Environmental Engineer and Master's degree in Physical Chemistry from the University of Tehran, followed by the Master and PhD degrees in Analytical Chemistry from the University of Central Florida. He joined the center in 2022 and has been contributed to the center with a lot of capacities. He was an environmental scientist, senior environmental science specialist, and currently serves as a supervisor of the research and development team. Dr. Chehel Amirani, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, board member. Good morning, everyone. Before I begin my slides, I would like to thank Department of Drinking Water for partnering with us in this important project and for working closely with us throughout this process. I will start with a brief overview about our organization and our laboratory, and then I will move to details of this project. Next slide, please. I think we have one before this slide. Oh, okay. Okay. Our laboratory is part of Inspection Service Division under the CDFA Executive Office. That division also includes division of Program of Inspection and Compliance and Office of Form to Fork and Feed and Fertilizer Program. Our center provides service to all CDFA programs, counties, multiple state departments like DDW, DPR, DCC, and also partnering with federal agencies like USDA, helping ensure safety and integrity of food, environment, water for Californians. Here you can see our lab's overview. We have three main sections: environmental analysis, regulatory analysis, and food safety analysis. Environmental analysis, which we are testing water, air, soil, and in regulatory analysis, we are testing fertilizer, product compliance, and in food safety analysis, we are testing food, cannabis, and county investigation samples, which includes broad range of matrices like swab, cloth, different type rock. It depends on the sample we are receiving from counties. And how we are doing this, we have a great team of scientists, good support from management, and also fancy tools. Next slide, please. Here you can see a quick overview of instrumentation we have. We have a comprehensive and modern analytical system. We have around 1.6 million budget, every annual budget for purchasing, replacing, and maintenance of all of analytical instrumentation we have in the lab. It includes so many LCM SMS, GCM SMS, high resolution. For example, I can focus on one item like high resolution, which is kind of new technology and few labs have. We have 5 instrumentation in this field: 2 Orbitrap, QTOF, LC-QTOF, GC-QTOF, and XenoTOF. We are working with leading companies in this field like Agilent, SciEx, Perkins, Elmer, Thermo. And with this, we can kind of support all requested research and also precision for the regulatory analysis. I will pass now to my colleague, John Kelly. John joined our center in 2022. He has a PhD in analytical chemistry from UC Irvine and completed postdoctoral fellowship at CD College of New York. He is now a senior environmental scientist, a specialist with our research and development team. Thank you, John, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So if we go to the next slide, I will start with an overview of the projects we did for the Division of Drinking Water. We were given 3 analytes to develop analytical methods for detection in drinking water. The first was saxitoxin, which is an algal neurotoxin that is the primary course of exposure is from consuming untreated surface water, usually through unintentional swallowing during recreational exposure in lakes and rivers. The next was trifluoroacetic acid, which can form from a variety of chemicals breaking down, including long-chain PFAS, pharmaceuticals, hydrofluorocarbons, firefighting foams. The levels of TFA and other ultra-short-chain PFAS have been trending higher in the aquatic environments and drinking waters due to their mobility and persistence. And the third analyte was benzotriazole, which is one of a class of endocrinal disruptors and genotoxins that are highly water-soluble. and can easily migrate through the soil into groundwater and surface water. They are commonly used in a lot of industries, including corrosion inhibitors, such as for copper pipes, which is another route where it might get into the water. Next slide, please. So there were some analytical challenges for all of these methods, and then one specifically for TFA. For all of these methods, drinking water is a very complex matrix. Both the final treated water that goes to the public, as well as the intake sources, whether that be from groundwater or surface water. These can vary greatly depending on where they're coming from in pH, ionic strength, organic content, as well as any residual disinfectants that are left depending on the treatment used at that location. Additionally, TFA specifically has additional issue of its kind of ubiquitousness. It's just sort of everywhere. Not necessarily at super high levels everywhere, but it is noticeable everywhere, which makes it very difficult to find water matrices to use for testing the background levels the way we normally would for our validation. And I will talk a little bit more about that when we get to that one. Next slide, please. So for benzotriazoles method development, for the CAC, we developed this method on an ABSIX 6500 plus triple quadrupole mass spec attached to a liquid chromatography system. We used a phenylhexyl column and ammonium formate and formic acid in water and methanol for our mobile phases. Something that worked fairly well for this method, and both of the mass spec methods that I'll talk about today, we used direct injection of the water samples. A lot of other analytical methods require extensive concentration or other separation of the water samples before they can be tested, which adds more time and money and other resources necessary to do these analyses. So we aimed to simplify that as much as possible. So for this method, we just take an aliquot of the water sample and add an internal standard of a deuterated benzotriazole, and then we inject that directly into our LCMS system. Next slide, please. So for our single laboratory performance, we have a calibration range from 0.2 parts per billion to 50 parts per billion, and we had satisfactory linearity throughout that entire range. For the single laboratory validation, we tested both raw and finished drinking water from two different sources, one groundwater source and one surface water source. And the results of our validation gave us a detection limit of 0.17 ppb and an LCMRL of 0.440. A quick note there, LCMRL is the lowest concentration minimum reporting limit. This is a slightly newer metric to judge methods that the EPA has started using for most of their new methods. And for that reason, we included it in this as well. It is a statistical calculation that encompasses both the precision and accuracy based on a number of replicate injections. And then with that data, we confirmed a minimum reporting limit for this method at 0.5 ppb. And then our validation results were quite good, with average recoveries across all of our concentrations at 102.4%. Our percent RSDs were very low, 5.27%. And then we also tested the storage stability of this analyte by spiking them into samples and holding on to them for 28 days, and found that benzotriazole is stable for the full duration of that time. Next slide, please. So the next method that we did was saxitoxin. Unlike the LCMS method for benzotriazole, for saxitoxin, we used an ELISA assay. ELISA is enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay. What it's done is you use antibody binding to test for the presence of your chosen analyte. The saxitoxin in a sample will compete for binding with a conjugate that's already there. And then after that binding is complete, allowed to incubate, we add a substrate that produces color based on the level of saxitoxin that was present. And then this color can be measured by a spectrophotometer, and we can use that for our detection. It's also important to note that for this one, there are a variety of congeners of saxitoxin out there. The ELISA method does not distinguish between them, but instead gives us a total saxitoxins value for the sample. So the samples for this method are diluted with 10% of a buffer that is provided in the kits that are used for this, and any water samples that have residual chlorine need to have that residual chlorine quenched with ascorbic acid. These kits that we are using are commercially available from 2 or so manufacturers at the moment, at least for ones that are rated for drinking water. There are more for marine sources. And each of these kits contains all of the reagents you need to do the method, the diluents, the buffers, standards, the plate that you put into the spectrophotometer, and everything necessary. So the only thing that is required beyond this is for the lab to have a spectrophotometer, which simplifies things for trying to get this into places like municipal water districts that have lower budgets. Next slide, please. So for this method, we have a calibration range as provided in the kits of 0.02 parts per billion to 0.4 parts per billion. The linearity was also very good. These methods use not a normal linear regression, but the kits come with instructions on how to do the fits for these. So our results have a detection limit of 0.13 parts per billion, and LCMRL, in this case, it's estimated of 0.017. The reason for the estimate is the statistical calculation for this requires that you have a spiked sample below the estimated level, and without the ability to go below that calibration range using the standards from the kits, we can't confirm this, but it's definitely below the range of the kit, which is more than sufficient for the intended purpose. So we confirmed our minimum reporting limit at 0.03 parts per billion to give us some margin of error there. And then our results were quite good. We have an average recovery of 100.1% and an RSD of 8.5%. Saxitoxins are not very stable molecules. They don't last very long in drinking water, especially chlorinated water. And so for samples treated, as I mentioned on the last slide, with the buffer and the ascorbic acid, the hold time for these samples was 6 days. But given the nature of these toxins, we want to know our results much faster than that. So that is enough of a hold time for this particular analyte. Next slide, please. So the third method was trifluoroacetic acid. Again, this is a liquid chromatography mass spec method using direct injection of aqueous samples. As I mentioned before, the incurred levels of trifluoroacetic acid in most samples make it difficult to test the lower concentrations. Our results in reagent water show that we can detect that low, but it was difficult to confirm that in real drinking water due to the presence levels that was higher than we were trying to test. We used a ABSciX 5500 triple quad mass spec for this. The system is equipped with a PFC-free kit, which is made for the analysis of PFAS and reduces the background sources of PFAS in the system by replacing tubing and seals and valves and things of that nature. We used a biotin glycan column for this. And again, we used ammonium formate and formic acid in water, as well as formic acid in acetonitrile and isopropyl alcohol for our mobile phases for these. And then we prepared the calibration standards in reagent water so that we could be sure of the lower levels on that front. Next slide, please. So for this method, we have a calibration range of 0.4 parts per billion to 20 parts per billion. And again, our squareds were acceptable. We also added an additional QC metric for this method, that the deviation of the internal standard area needs to be between plus or minus 40% of the average value of our calibration curve. This helps us keep an eye on interferences and things that could affect our calculations. We tested raw and finished drinking water from ground and surface water sources. Most of the samples we tested had incurred levels of TFA greater than 1/3 of the MRL, which is usually our cutoff for considering it non-detect. But we did manage to find one or two sources with low enough methods to test this on at least one matrix each time. And fun to note that it was never the same source twice when we were searching for these. And then, so the method detection limit for trifluoroacetic acid was 0.018 parts per billion. Our LCMRL was 0.083 parts per billion. And we confirmed our minimum reporting limit at 0.085 parts per billion. And for all of the samples that did not have unacceptable levels of incurred TFA, our average recoveries were 100.7%, and the RSDs were 13.5%. As I mentioned, it's a very persistent molecule. It's very stable. It was stable through the full measured storage stability study of 28 days. And I checked on this one as well to make sure that the background levels weren't changing as well. So we had tested both our spiked samples as well as blanks for this duration, and the levels did not change significantly over that time. Next slide, please. So after validating in our lab these three methods, the next step was to do a multi-lab validation across the state to make sure that these methods are robust and can be performed by any qualified personnel. So we reached back out to the Division of Drinking Water, who populated a list of labs to participate in these studies. They reached out to invite them, and these 8 labs agreed to participate, some in testing just one method, some in testing multiple. And so once we had our list of participants, we made sure everybody had all of the necessary supplies for the methods, the kits for saxitoxin, the LC columns for the other 2 methods, any standards that they needed, so that all they needed to do was optimize the methods in their laboratories and test them. Next slide, please. So after everybody, all of the labs confirmed their performance for an initial demonstration of capability for these methods, we sent them all spiked water samples, either groundwater or surface water, depending on the method. And we sent them a blank, a low minimum reporting limit level sample, as well as a middle of the calibration range sample for each analyte in both raw and finished drinking water. And then we also had the QA unit at our center prepare a PT standard for them to all test as well. And these PT standards were blind to those of us doing the method development, so that we had no input on them. And we also tested those ourselves as well to make sure that there was consistent performance across all of the participating labs as well as us. Next slide, please. The full scope of the validation the multi-lab validations. This is a example timeline for the benzotriazole method. We ordered the standards and selected the participating laboratories, and then each lab was given time to optimize the methods for their labs and then perform their demonstration of capabilities. After that was done, all of that data was reviewed by our QA unit before we sent them out the matrix samples I just spoke about, and they were given time to analyze those. After that, they sent the data back in, and our QA unit reviewed that as well, and then we prepared our final technical report for the Division of Drinking Water. And the steps are similar for the others, for the other methods. Next slide, please. So the final results of these 3 multi-lab validation studies showed good performance across all the participating labs. The TFA results do exclude a couple of results from one particular laboratory that failed the internal standard area metric for a couple of their samples, but no other data was excluded beyond the ones failing a particular QC metric. But besides that performance, there were no major discrepancies for any of the labs being able to implement these methods in their laboratories. And the consistency of our results showed that the methods were all robust and reproducible. Next slide, please. So the methods are now ready for routine use. The saxitoxin method does, as I mentioned, require an ELISA plate reader and some form of repeating or multi-channel pipette. These steps can be automated, and as always, if labs have fancier equipment, they are welcome to automate as much as possible, but everything else other than the plate reader can be done by hand, which keeps it accessible for as many labs as possible. The benzotriazole method only requires a LCMS system and trained personnel, and then the TFA method, while requiring the same, also requires the normal best practices for PFAS analysis to make sure that you're reducing any incurred levels from your lab itself. Next slide, please. So as I said, they've all been validated by us and the 8 participating labs. They are suitable for use in monitoring at this point. And as of, I believe, last month, all 3 of these methods are now available under ELAP's field of accreditation. Next slide. With that, I'd just like to thank the rest of our research and development team at CAC for their help in preparing these and developing these methods. Next slide, please. And our quality assurance team for reviewing the data that was received from the labs during the multi-lab validation. And with that, I will pass it to Melissa Hall for the next steps from the water boards.
Thank you. So with the method development and validation out of the way, as just mentioned, the laboratory accreditation offering was made early last month. ELAP has announced availability of all 3 methods for accreditation. So with especially the saxitoxin method development completed, we can proceed with proposing our cyanotoxin notification and response levels for cylinders for MOPS and anatoxin A, saxitoxin, and microcystin. I'm planning on doing that this winter with the goal of having those in place prior to spring algal blooms. We'll also continue evaluating trifluoroacetic acid, or TFA, relative to our overall PFAS regulation plan, and continue monitoring 1H benzotriazole health risk and any potential needs for monitoring requirements, as well as continuing to evaluate more broadly method needs or method development needs from the future. Next slide, please. Shown here are some of the better known contaminants for which the drinking water program has developed, optimized, and/or validated methods for drinking water analytes. Going back to the mid-1990s, analytical methods were not available to reliably quantify perchlorate at health protective concentrations. With this an acute contaminant, the then Department of Health Services, predecessor to Department of Public Health, and the movement of the Drinking Water Program to the State Water Board, worked with their sanitation and radiation laboratory to develop an analytical method that could reliably quantify perchlorate at concentrations as low as 4 micrograms per liter. That was a precursor method to EPA's 314 series with a low-level detection of perchlorate. More recently, also with public health and their drinking water, or then the sanitation and radiation laboratory, and subsequently the drinking water and radiation laboratory, also did the work to prepare the analytical method in use today for 1,2,3-trichloropropane, which enabled or facilitated our ability to adopt that MCL and the corresponding detection limit for purposes of reporting. Internally, within the State Water Board, there was a staff-led effort to conduct a multi-laboratory validation of a modified nitrosamines method. That the method modification was done by Eurofin's Eaton Analytical Adjuvant on EPA's Method 521, and we were able to take that through a multi-laboratory method validation to validate that a non-target analyte in MOR or in nitrosomorpholine, which is of public health interest, especially in recycled water, could reliably be quantified by commercial and municipal laboratories. Also, recognizable, I think, would be our work with the Southern California Coastal Water Research Authority, or SWRCB, for development of the microplastics methods. And then, of course, the methods that were the primary topic for today for saxitoxin, trifluoroacetic acid, and 1,H-benzotriazole. Next slide, please. Going forward, our additional method needs over time, as Mariella mentioned, we have a health and safety code mandate to conduct research for method development and validation. We need water quality data that's reliably available for compliance assessment, health exposure estimates, and economic and technological feasibility evaluations down the road, potentially, should some of these become contaminants that we pursue regulation for, like those shown on the previous slide. We'd like all of those analyses to be conducted with ELAP accredited laboratories for methods that can be verified as part of the accreditation process. As we work for the detection limit for purposes of reporting, or DLR updating process, we'll get a better sense of the practical limits of current commercially available methods for those analytes or contaminants that are currently regulated, and see where additional method development might be needed there, as well as keeping an eye on contaminants of emerging concern to see where new or revised methods are needed. As we do that, we're looking for, in general, we're looking for methods that we need that are contaminants that are not currently target analytes listed in either US EPA methods or other method development bodies such as ASTM or USGS, for example. We may be looking for more sensitive methods where the analyses can result in reliable quantitation at concentrations closer to health protective concentrations. We're looking for matrix-specific methods. Many times there's another method out there somewhere, but it's for some other matrix. It might be a body fluid like blood or breast milk, or a tissue sample, or a wastewater, for example. So we're looking for those, or for method modification that can achieve something that works, that's suitable for drinking water and can address common interference in drinking water. We're also looking for robust methods. We want them to be reliable for use in utility and commercial laboratories, as opposed to just a research laboratory setting, which might be where we're getting our methods to start with. And as part of that, we like to do the multi-laboratory validation to make sure that we're not ending up with a sort of sole source situation, and targeting approaches that will help to keep costs down in general, such as the long hold time, or trying to simplify the process to reduce instrument and labor costs for the laboratories. And next slide, please. And with that, that concludes our staff presentation.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate all the great work that went into this. You know, I'm reminded how fortunate we are, certainly in California, to be able to have the resources and the fancy equipment, as Mr. Kelly said, to be able to conduct this work. And so just really appreciate the partnership again with CDFA to be able to continue to be protective of public health in a real cutting edge way. You know, there were a number of acronyms I'll say that I don't necessarily understand, but I'm sure there are technical folks out there that do. And I really do appreciate, Ms. Hall, you covering what are our general research needs, and be able to kind of communicate those out here and have an opportunity to, one, broadcast the work that you have all done here, and I think the labs as well. The partnership here with the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program and the labs and everyone is just incredible, and very fortunate for that. Ms. Hall, were you going to add something there too?
Just, yes, I can't thank the laboratories enough. The laboratories that have participated in the multi-laboratory validation studies, or on a different topic in our DLR lab surveys, they are doing that on their own time, their own instrumentation, and just we could not do what we're doing here without them. So really appreciate the laboratory community, ELAB, the Environmental Laboratory Technical Advisory Committee work group, and all the laboratories that have chimed in and made themselves available.
Here, here. Yeah, no, it is. It's great to be able to be a part of a community of practitioners here that care about public health, that are wanting to innovate and continue to make sure we're keeping an eye on what we're finding out there. And I think that that's another just powerful moment for us, is that with the Division of Drinking Water here, with the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, we're able to also tie that into the water quality side to say, okay, what are we seeing in the environment? How do we connect that to public health? And how do we then be protective on the drinking water side? And it's just really powerful to be able to see across those regulatory authorities how we can do better. And this is an example of just that. So just hats off, huge thanks, and really appreciate the work that's gone on. We don't have any commenters, so just looking to fellow board colleagues, if they have questions, comments, anything they'd like to, Board Member Morgan.
I just wanted to say thank you to, Water Board staff and CDFA staff for just collaborating and working on this. It's really exciting, and it's just great to see this moving forward. So just thank you. It's really exciting work, and just wanted to really just thank you all for your efforts and, contributions to this.
Thank you, Board Member. All right, well, really appreciate it. Look forward to, I know what is further work that is still ongoing out there, and to continue to develop the partnership here with CDFA. You all, again, have incredible expertise, technology, and work, and really appreciate the ability to bridge across you all. So thanks for being here. Thanks for the update, and great work, truly. Thank you. All right, that now brings us to item number 5, but let's go ahead and give ourselves a quick 15-minute break, and then we'll start fresh, item number 5, and so that should bring us, oh gosh, let's say at 10:21, we'll bring ourselves back here. All right, everyone. We are at 10:22, and we can go ahead and get ourselves started. This next item we have is an update on flow and long-term efforts in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds. Hand it over to folks to begin the presentation. Good to see you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. My name is Zach Swallen. I'm a senior environmental scientist in the Division of Water Rights. I'm here today with Aaron Ragazzi, an assistant deputy director with the Division of Water Rights, Dan Schultz, an environmental program manager in the Division of Water Rights, and Mariana Owie, an attorney with the Office of Chief Counsel. We are here to give an update on flow-related efforts in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds. Next slide, please. For today's item, we will begin with a presentation from board staff, followed by presentations from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, or CDFW, and the Siskiyou County Farm Bureau. I will give a short background and review of regulation implementation over this past year, and then Dan Schultz will discuss long-term efforts, review AB 263, and share written comments received for today's meeting. Next slide, please. Background. Last October, the board directed staff to take immediate and long-term actions. In the immediate term, staff were to explore readoption of the emergency regulation and alternatives thereto, which led to the readoption of the emergency regulation at the January 7th board meeting. In the long term, staff were directed to 1. Develop a scientific basis report for baseline minimum flow requirements for peer review and hold a public meeting on the draft report before it is submitted for peer review. 2. Initiate an economic analysis of implementing long-term baseline flows, including impact considerations on fishing and agriculture and associated indirect impacts. And 3. Continue modeling and data collection efforts. Staff have begun this longer-term effort, and Dan will discuss it later in the presentation. Next slide, please. For each watershed, I will briefly highlight key implementation items and provide information on flows in the recent water year. Next slide. This slide provides highlights in the Scott River watershed. I'm going to go through these. I'm not going to go through these now, as I'm going to go through them in the further slides. Next slide, please. This figure shows flows for various years from May 1st through December 31st. The legend at the bottom shows the May 1st snowpack as a percentage of the average. As you can see in the dark blue line, flows in the Scott River watershed were met throughout the irrigation season this year, even though snowpack conditions were low, 85%, compared to the other water years in which flows were met. One reason for the improved flow conditions is likely the groundwater conditions. Next slide, please. This figure shows Scott Valley groundwater levels between 2020 to 2025, which is a time frame for which the board has such data. As you can see, the groundwater levels fluctuate over the seasons, but there is overall an increasing trend from 2020 to 2025. Staff think the higher groundwater levels helped maintain flows through the summer months and increase the flow response to summer and fall precipitation in the watershed. Next slide, please. Groundwater Local Cooperative Solutions. This slide recaps the 2025 Groundwater Local Cooperative Solutions. This year, we had 35 applicants covering 11,293 acres, or about 63% of the groundwater irrigated acreage in Scott River watershed. This was a decrease from last year's applications and an increase from 2023. Participants in the Groundwater Local Cooperative Solutions generally must meter their groundwater use. At this time, approximately 96 meters are installed or are scheduled to be installed. The board has offered financial assistance for buying and installing meters and related telemetry, and has received some limited participation. Our contractor will be installing meters this fall. Next slide, please. You are very familiar with this figure from the monthly hydrologic updates. It shows Scott River river flows over the past year, with the blue line representing flow at the USGS Fort Jones gauge, the red line showing the minimum flow requirement, and then the green bar showing the daily precipitation. As discussed earlier, flows approached the minimum flow requirement in July, but stayed above it throughout the summer. The watershed has received some precipitation over the past month, and flows have responded quickly. Next slide, please. Moving to the Shasta River watershed, this slide summarizes some highlights from 2025 that I will cover in more detail in the subsequent slides. Next slide, please. Applied River Sciences was hired by Marin Community Foundation to conduct a study in the lower Shasta Canyon throughout the summer. The study focused on gathering data and information on pool temperature stratification to support development of a juvenile salmonid bioenergetics models. Equipment was installed to collect continuous temperature and dissolved oxygen data, and macroinvertebrate drift sampling was also performed throughout the summer. Applied River Sciences is expecting to release a draft report in the late 2025 or early 2026 for public review and comment. Next slide, please. When the regulation was readopted in January, it included an update to allow CDFW to propose an alternative flow regime for a limited period of time to evaluate effects on the fisheries in the Shasta River. CDFW proposed an alternative flow regime over 14 days to evaluate effects of a range of flows from 40 to 60 CFS in August, when the minimum flow requirement is 50 CFS. The Deputy Director amended curtailment orders allowing for implementation of the alternative flow regime. The regime included a ramp down of flows to be maintained at 40 CFS for 5 days, followed by a ramp up to 60 CFS for 5 days. Due to storms in the watershed, it was difficult to maintain 40 CFS, and the overall timeline was reduced to 11 days. CDFW staff will touch on this effort as part of their presentation. Next slide, please. Here is the same figure we saw earlier for the Scott with the flow conditions in the Shasta for the most recent water year. Conditional curtailments were in effect from June 27th to October 15th. The conditional curtailments provided flexibility by providing for coordination with the water master so junior diversions could continue to divert later in the summer than would have been possible through strict implementation of water right priorities. Flows were generally met and sustained throughout the summer due to the water master's coordination and work with diverters in the watershed. I will now turn it over to Dan Schultz to cover the long-term efforts.
Next slide, please. Good morning. I'll provide some background and context relative to baseline minimum flows, and then share some updates on efforts related to scientific basis reports and economic analysis, modeling and tools, and other data collection efforts. Then I will touch on AB 263. Next slide, please. To help inform the development of scientific basis reports and improve communication with interested parties, staff are working to better characterize long-term baseline minimum flows for the Scott and Shasta River watersheds. Baseline flows could mean different things for different watersheds. Today's discussion is focused on the Scott and Shasta River watersheds for the purpose of informing the scientific basis reports and economic analysis for these watersheds, and may not apply in different watersheds or for different purposes. Next slide, please. Resolution number 2024-0036 directs staff to evaluate baseline minimum flows with the emergency regulation minimum flows as a starting point. The resolution notes that the baseline minimum flows are flows appropriate to a stream system even in very dry years, but not tailored to reflect the varied flows under which the species and their ecosystems evolved. It further notes that baseline minimum flows are those that need to be met in all water years. Such flows establish the foundation that other flow-related efforts can build on. Next slide, please. Building on the board's direction, staff has reflected on what baseline minimum flows for the Scott and Shasta River watersheds represent and are introducing these potential considerations today. Baseline minimum flows are the amount of water that is reasonably required for fish even in the driest years, while recognizing other high-priority uses such as human health and safety. Such flows would support minimum level fishery conditions for the range of fish life stages, including migration, spawning, and rearing, and include suitable water quality to support salmonid survival. Consistent with what we have heard at previous Scott and Shasta flow-related board meetings, the flows would seek to maintain the viability, genetic diversity, and geographic distribution of these fish species. Baseline minimum flows would avoid the extinction vortex that California Department of Fish and Wildlife has presented as an aim for emergency flows at previous board meetings, and would help buffer population impacts from catastrophic events. Note, this is just intended as an introduction, and there will be opportunity for additional public input in the future. Next slide, please. The scientific basis reports use existing science and information to analyze the fishery benefits of a range of potential flows and document the science supporting the analysis. The scientific basis reports are informational and do not establish flow requirements. An example of the type of information that will be contained in the scientific basis reports is fish condition at different flows, as broadly illustrated on this slide. For example, it would note that no salmon life stage can survive at X cubic feet per second, but salmon survival is possible but limited at Y cubic feet per second. And then there is improved growth and survival at Z cubic feet per second. Such information can be used to inform management decisions at the individual or watershed scale, or regulatory actions by the board after appropriate CEQA analysis and public process. Next slide, please. In March 2025, staff shared a list of scientific information and requested parties provide additional resources that should be considered in developing the scientific basis reports. The consultants are on board and working to evaluate this information in the development of the scientific basis reports and have begun drafting background information. Efforts are farther along in the Shasta River watershed as it was already being evaluated under the California Water Action Plan before the drought emergency regulations. Staff are working to determine the range of baseline minimum flows to evaluate in the scientific basis reports. Key considerations include evaluating a range of flows throughout the year and evaluating additional locations beyond what is included in the emergency regulation, which has one location at the downstream end of each watershed. Staff are also thinking about other considerations, such as springs and temperature in the Shasta and groundwater levels in the Scott. Next slide, please. Next steps related to the scientific basis reports are to develop the ranges of flows for each watershed. The consultants will keep developing the scientific basis reports with input from staff, and the draft reports will be released for public comment before being submitted for peer review. Next slide, please. The scope of the economic analysis that is underway for long-term baseline minimum flows is broader than that for a traditional regulation or basin planning process. The economic analysis will evaluate the costs and benefits of implementing baseline flows using the same flow range as the scientific basis reports. The analysis will analyze economic impacts from decreased water supply compared to historic supply under different hydrologic conditions. It will also look at the economic benefits associated with improved salmon populations. The analysis will include direct and indirect impacts to various parties and economic sectors, including agriculture, commercial fishing, tribes, water supply agencies, local governments, recreational users, and households. Next slide, please. Staff have initiated the economic analysis considering the references and resources associated with the March 2025 solicitation. Staff in the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance are developing an agriculture production model based on the statewide agriculture production or SWAP model, which looks at how farmers and watersheds may collectively respond to reduced water availability. Staff are compiling information and data needed for the agricultural model and have reached out to the agricultural community for related information to support the model. At the same time, staff with the Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs have initiated engagement with the Yurok Tribe, the Karuk Tribe, and the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation. Staff have also met with representatives from the commercial fishing industry to solicit input and information that can be used in the board's economic analysis efforts. Next slide, please. Moving forward, staff will continue with the consultation efforts and complete work on the agriculture production model. Building on this, staff will draft the economic analysis and release it for public comment. Comments received on the draft analysis will be used to update the economic analysis. Next slide, please. The State Water Board is engaged in significant modeling efforts in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds aimed at providing information and evaluating implementation scenarios that consider all beneficial uses of water. The models under development include surface water, groundwater models, and water allocation tools for both watersheds, and a temperature model in the Shasta River watershed. The surface water, groundwater models help simulate flow and groundwater conditions under different water supply and water use scenarios. The water allocation tools using the WEEP software platform provide for the evaluation of implementation scenarios based on water right priorities. A temperature model is also being developed for the Shasta River due to the dynamic water temperature influences of Dwinelle Reservoir, springs, and return flows. Next slide, please. Staff anticipate we will be receiving the draft surface water groundwater model reports from our consultants in the coming months and anticipate releasing the draft reports for public comment in the first half of 2026. The water allocation tools and temperature model will be enhanced based on the surface water, groundwater models. Next slide, please. Staff continue to work with the county, farmers, agencies, and other parties to obtain information that can be used to increase the board's understanding of the watersheds and future flow-related efforts. Ongoing new information efforts include funding for new stream flow gauges and irrigation metering equipment. Additional sources of valuable information include information on groundwater use through the Groundwater Local Cooperative Solution Program and groundwater levels from the county's efforts, connectivity and fish surveys conducted by California Department of Fish and Wildlife staff, and water quality data and photo points collected by the North Coast Regional Water Board staff. Next slide, please. There have been questions about how this work may relate to potential future efforts. As you can see, the long-term baseline flow efforts that are underway now, specifically the scientific basis reports, economic analysis, and models and tools, can be used to inform a variety of potential future efforts, including a permanent flow regulation, a water quality control plan or policy, and or other local actions. Next slide, please. AB 263 is a new law adopted that will become effective on January 1st. It extends the current emergency regulation until January 1st, 2031, or until rules establishing and implementing long-term flow requirements for the watersheds are adopted, whichever occurs first. This means that the minimum flows and implementation established over the past several years will continue as the board continues its long-term efforts. All of the flexibility in the current regulation remains available. AB 263 also requires that the board provide annual public updates on its progress toward developing permanent flow rules. Accordingly, staff plan to have at least annual information items before the board to provide for updates on staff's flow-related work in the watersheds and provide for public comment. Next slide, please. The board received 2 written comments on this item, one from the Karuk Tribe of California with other parties, and the other from Water Climate Trust. The Karuk and other parties listed on this slide request that the board provide a specific timeline of steps that will be taken in the short and long term to complete the reports and models needed to move forward with developing enforceable flow protections on a firm timeline, direct staff to work on developing permanent rules to ensure permanent flow protections are in place by 2031, pursue baseline minimum flows to avoid worst-case outcomes and ensure those flows are sufficient to provide passage and rearing and better reflect the needs of fish during dry years, and add more gauges and points of compliance to protect rearing and passage. Next slide, please. Water Climate Trust requests that the board reconsider its position and pursue water year-specific flows in the scientific basis report and economic analysis, and clarify that baseline minimum flows must be sufficient to prevent extinction and support recovery of endangered species. Further, the comments request that as part of the economic analysis, the board recognize that the cost of extinction is beyond measure. The comments also requested that the scientific basis report set clear goals and use terminology and definitions that correlate to fish populations and management goals to promote understanding. Next slide, please. That concludes the staff presentation. We're happy to answer any questions at this time or move on to the presentation by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Farm Bureau. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate the presentation. And just one question from me, and that's when it comes to the legislation that was passed, obviously we have the 5 years or so here, and just wondering if we have, like, year to year, is there flexibility in what we implement, or is it just kind of pegged at, the emergency reg that we had previously adopted?
Yeah, so the AB 263 provides the board, directs the board to continue to implement the existing emergency regulation as it was adopted in January. And so the same flexibilities that are in place in the current regulation for varied flow in the summer on the Shasta are there. The Groundwater Local Cooperative Solution is still there. And the ability for other voluntary efforts to be incorporated through local cooperative solutions are there.
It's helpful. And I guess I'm just trying to understand the scope at which we can make any adjustment in those existing flexibilities, if you will. But it sounds like, thankfully, most of the flexibilities we've already kind of baked into the regulation are what we would be requested or look to try to modify anyway.
Yeah, since we've readopted the emergency regulations a couple times, I guess 4, I think, throughout the process, there has been an iterative learning process where we've been able to incorporate changes into the regulation over time and build in a lot of flexibility. So there is flexibility to change the flows through recommendations from CDFW. There's the flexibility for voluntary efforts through the local cooperative solutions. So there is a lot that can be done under the existing regulation.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Appreciate that. Looking to fellow board colleagues in case they have any questions at this point. Vice Chair.
Well, just thank you for your work on this, and a request to just stand by, because I think that as we hear from others, I can think of a couple of areas where I'd like to get input from stakeholders as well as you at the same time. But specifically on the models, what efforts are being done to educate stakeholders about these models? Because first of all, we have structures like with SWAP, but then you're making some adjustments in this watershed, and looking for what activities can occur to bring people up to speed about the models, complexities, and where there may be possibility for adjustments, so that you can get several rounds of input. What I'm hoping to see is, when we do get the models, not to have this contest about dueling models, and really looking to get what you all develop with as much input as possible, so that we can have more of an apples to apples discussion when we do have a review at some future time.
And Vice Chair Diadamo, are you specifically referring to the economic model in this context?
Oh,
just when I reply, I want to make sure I'm
economic, the groundwater model. I know
Sure.
there's a lot of
Yeah.
really good collaborative discussions that have already gone into the
Right.
groundwater model, but then also the I guess on the SWAP, that's feeding into the economic model.
Yes. Well, that is going to be the primary model to analyze the agricultural related economic impacts associated with baseline minimum flows. So the Office of Research Planning and Performance staff are in the initial stages of working on that model. They are requesting information, and my understanding is that the ag community up in the watersheds is also preparing an economic analysis. I'm not sure of the status of that, but that is something we are looking to hopefully have provided to us when it's ready, or at any point along the lines if they want to talk about it early, so that we can fold that into consideration as part of the ag model is developed. I think there will also be an opportunity for us to request additional input from the community as ORPP gets further along in their work and has something more substantive to share. There is a plan to share the economic analysis more broadly once it is drafted as well, and solicit input from all parties.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, also thank you. I know that there's a lot of work happening, and fortunately, this was a fairly decent water year in the Scott and Shasta River watershed. So I was really encouraged to see the report out on how the flows, the emergency regulation flows, were able to be met throughout the course of the year. Let's hope for another one, and actually many more to come, because I think that benefits all the fisheries as well as the water users in the watershed. So I was really happy to see that. Thinking about kind of actually teeing off a little bit on the modeling question, I was listening to the updates, and it sounds like there's as it relates to flow, but also other considerations. So when we think about flow, we also need to think about water quality and temperature. And you mentioned that there was a temperature model for the Shasta River watershed, but not the Scott River watershed in development. So I was just wondering if you could comment on that. Do we not see temperature as an issue in the Scott River watershed, or is there a reason why we wouldn't have kind of the same or similar models in each watershed?
Yeah, the Shasta is, as we've talked in prior board meetings, both of these watersheds are very unique. And in the Shasta, the releases from Dwell have temperature implications, and there's a huge spring impact as well in the Shasta. So back when we were working on the Shasta under the California Water Action Plan, CDFW had developed a variety of different study plans for broader flow criteria development. And you might refer to those, as people recall, the Normando studies. So one of those Normando studies was to develop this temperature model. And so back when we were working on the California Water Action Plan, recognizing the temperature importance in the watershed, we had initiated that model development process, and that's the one we're rounding out there. Temperature is important in any watershed, but it's very, as Dan mentioned, dynamic in the Shasta, and there's a lot of different inputs that we need more consideration of. So we're not planning a temperature model in the Scott, but we do think it was appropriate, and we're building on CDFW's study plan that was called out only for the Shasta.
Okay, thank you for that. But I guess in the Scott River watershed, you'll be looking at temperature as part of the scientific basis report to help inform how those different flow influence parameters might impact habitat and those issues. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. The other question I had was, and maybe I don't know if you'll have this answer today or not. I appreciated the walking through the high level approach for the scientific basis report. And you mentioned a range of flows will be evaluated. I know we're not getting into specific numbers or anything today, but do you anticipate that to be in terms of like a single range that you're analyzing, or might it be a suite of different alternative ranges? Or are you in a place that you're able to talk about how you would approach the analysis in terms of what we'll end up with as a product at the end?
So we're in the initial, I would say, thought process on the proposed range of flows, but we have thought about it quite a bit already at the staff level. We're looking at, again, baseline minimum flows, so the lower end of flows, and a range. I don't want to throw out ranges right now because that would be premature, but a range of flows at different key locations in the watersheds where we think having touch points of those flows would be important. So key tributaries and key reaches of the stream systems in each of the watersheds, we're looking at developing that range of flows. And that range of flows is really meant to do what Dan went over in that one slide where we talked about, like, fish can't survive at this flow, or they can survive, but they can't grow. They're just sort of sitting there maybe. Then they are able to grow, be in a better condition. These are baseline minimum flows, so we're not probably going to get to an area where they're like great and it's the happiest place ever for them. But, looking at that range of flows, that's the scientific basis report. It's just an analysis of those conditions that can inform what flow might be appropriate if you were to balance those later with other uses of water.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. That'll be very helpful information to have. I also know the significance of that scientific basis report as an underpinning for making future policy level decisions. So it's really important that range, or however that's approached, is done in a really thoughtful way so that it helps support the decisions that are to come later. I know you're going through all that thought process, but it's a really critical moment, I think.
And we are planning to solicit input from the broader public on that in the future, hopefully the earlier part of 2026.
Yeah, incredibly significant and critical work. Appreciate the questions, Board Member Vice Chair.
I just have a follow-up on that. Thank you, Board Member McGuire, for that good question. So just wanting not to confound scientific basis report with a flow criteria report. So maybe if you could, which is the document for those that are not aware, that's the document that we used for the Bay Delta watershed, not considering balancing or any proposal in particular, but just what the fish needs. And so if you could talk a little bit about that. And then also, I know that we have heard several times from some stakeholders in the agricultural community that certain flows just simply cannot be met. So how do you draw the distinction between the minimum of what CDFW or experts believe the fish need. But even if you shut off agriculture, if the flows cannot be met, how do you integrate that into a determination about minimum flows for the fish and how that fits in with the actual model about what could even be accomplished?
Okay, so taking the first item about flow criteria report versus the effort that the board staff are doing relative to scientific basis report. They are very similar, except I will say in the Bay Delta, it was looking at the full range of flows in wetter and drier years. We are looking at baseline minimum flows at this point in time relative to the proposed range of flows. So it is going to, again, just be an analysis of what different flows look like for different fish life stages and provide information on those, how the fish do at different locations throughout the watershed at that range of flows. Second question, how does that relate to the feasibility of flows being achieved, which, as you noted, falls into the balancing side when flows might be established. Similar, we are starting with the drought emergency regulations as the starting point. The drought emergency regulations were set up in a way that they established flows that needed to be met and allowed for curtailment to meet those flows. In the Scott, those flows were not always met. There are caveats to provide for human health and safety and other uses, but in some instances, curtailments may be in place and the flows may not be met. I think we've learned a lot in these watersheds, and so those would be considerations that would need to be thought about in establishing any flow in the future in terms of whether, what are the trade-offs associated with different flows for fish versus the water use impacts that occur. But in establishing the emergency regulation flows, there was an understanding there's a basic minimum flow that fish need, and we want to get as close to that as possible at that low end.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm still not following. So I see where it fits in on balancing, but where would it fit into an analysis as to what the fish need if the water isn't present regardless of other beneficial uses? So how does that, is that part of an analysis with the model of what's possible in the watershed? I'm just trying to figure out, different stages of analysis.
Sorry, I was missing the nexus to the models that you were probably making and I was not making in my head with your question. So the models will allow us to look at what the range of flows are that naturally exist in these watersheds and look at that as part of the proposed range of flow in the scientific basis report.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. And, not to belabor us too much, because I do want to hear from CDFW and importantly, folks in the watershed. But I think on your point, when it comes to what's the art of the possible, and, if you do shut folks off, it not necessarily correlating then to meeting minimum flows here. It's interesting, these last years, what we've seen is that groundwater level increase. And so that issue of shutting diverters off and not seeing a response is somewhat being ameliorated over the long term. So I guess part of my question then is, is that groundwater modeling and, future potential increases or decreases part of that, to Vice Chair's question, kind of art of what is actually feasible physically in the watershed? And making sure that we're tracking the fact that we've heard this for a while, that, no matter if you shut off in the Scott, you're not going to see the response, you're not going to meet them. But yet that increase in groundwater level has actually meant better meeting those without even curtailment, say, in this last year. So, yeah, just want to make sure that that fact or that information is captured as well.
Yes, definitely the lessons learned and implementation of the regulations since 2021 is a key element that our consultants will be taking into account as they develop the scientific basis report.
Yeah, Vice Chair.
I didn't intend to drill down into this level of detail, but I think I'm hearing you say, Chair, that is the model going to incorporate, these multiple years and the effect on maybe in one year type, maybe the flows couldn't be met, but after there's an opportunity for a rebound, sort of a rebound effect, it would be incorporated. And really what I'm looking for is at some future point, when someone says those flows just can't be met, for us to go to a model to really analyze whether or not that's an accurate statement. And in years past, I don't feel that we have enough information to be able to respond to that. I can understand from the perspective of someone that's out there visually seeing that, hey, we've curtailed and the flows still aren't there, so this regulation doesn't make sense. But for us to be able to analyze it in such a way that we account for, there's a reason for that maybe in certain year types, but that it could help, to the chair's point, maybe eventually on some sort of a rebound where then you would be able to meet it, and just being able to point to the model in order to justify or to make an adjustment as needed.
Yes, the model, especially on the Scott, has been expanded to include the more recent years. So it will be a piece of information that we can look to in evaluating different questions that folks have relative to what is attainable or what's not attainable. It is one of the pieces of information, just as what we've learned over the last few years is, I think, another piece of information in terms of what we see.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thanks. And I think it has been really helpful to see how these, our experience with implementing the emergency regs has gone, and the local cooperative solutions, and the fact that we were able to meet finally the minimum flows, which is fantastic. Because I know in earlier years we were, when I had asked questions about it, I think the deputy director at the time had said, well, it's unclear if we can, but we were able to in this in last year or this year, I don't know, last year, I guess, water year, but that anyway, I think really good learning. We're balancing a lot here. I think there will be, hopefully maybe staff can stay up a little bit so that there can be more back and forth question, or we can go back to staff as there's other stakeholders. But I guess at this stage, it seems to me that, when a year ago, we were in a different place than we are now because of the legislation that passed. So we don't have to be doing emergency regulation every year, at least for the next 5 years. And I think that's an opportunity for us to kind of take a step back and really make sure that the way that we are approaching this makes the most sense for all the goals that we have here. The challenge, of course, the challenge that we're trying to balance is it takes a long time to do all the studies and models, and we want to make sure that we're able to get appropriate flow protections in place. And so we have to be moving with speed and clarity on the steps that are needed to get there. I think when we get to, it sounds like what I'm hearing from staff is there will be sooner rather than later, so maybe at least in the next, I'll say 6 months, but maybe even sooner, that there'll be an opportunity to really dig into the scientific basis report, the goals, the ranges, and I think I really look forward to having a chance to do that more than what seems like appropriate for this information item. Because I think that we are in a different place than what we were when we adopted emergency regs. And I do want us to really, I think one of the challenges is how do we created this term of baseline minimum flows. There's very different understandings and not a lot of clarity on what that means. And the work, I think this, to Board Member McGuire's point, this step is really important for us to define what is the goal we're trying to achieve and how do we best achieve it and make sure that the scientific documents and the range of flows and everything are at least analyzed to help us, both in terms of the more immediate term, but also longer term. And I also just want to suggest, and I don't know enough that this is again for future discussions, but I think that in some ways because we were in an emergency situation, we sort of artificially restricted things to not be connected to different types of years and conditions. And I think we should be just at least considering whether it makes sense to look at things more broadly as we move forward, balancing this need to get something done in the near future. We have a 5-year timeline, so we don't want to not be able to adopt something, but also want to make sure that we can be really thoughtful on what our goals are and how best to achieve those goals, and not miss the opportunity to consider the range of alternatives that we need to consider. So I think that's going to be for future discussions, but that's very much on my mind as we are moving forward here. And I guess I just want to acknowledge I do really see us in a different situation now that this legislation has passed. And while there's still a timeline there, it's not an annual one, and we're looking at how we can not have to be in emergency drought measure timeframes, but looking for something more lasting.
Yeah, I agree that it is very important that we have clear goals of what we are seeking to achieve. And part of staff's desire to have a better description of the term is to ensure that we're all talking about the same thing, we're all working towards the same thing, and everybody has a fundamental understanding. We also want to share the proposed range of flows for the same reason, to solicit input and make sure that we're talking about the same thing. The passage of AB 263 did alleviate the need for staff to come back before the board each year to readopt an emergency regulation, but it didn't take away the implementation of the emergency regulation. So there is ongoing work associated with that. I think there's also a strong desire to make sure that we provide the information and develop the information to support continued flows in these watersheds, which I think you're going to hear from CDFW have, it seems like, benefited greatly from even these minimum flows that have been in place over the last few years. And so I do think it is appropriate for us to make sure we're all on the same page with what that looks like.
Yeah, thank you, board member, and thank you, Ms. Fugazi. I agree completely. We do have to be very clear. And I think this board, was clear last year. Whether or not the passage of the legislation means that we need to rethink that, I'm going to stay agnostic at this point. But I will say, to Ms. Fugazi's point, that there is a lot of work that it takes to actually adopt these outside of the emergency regulations. The water code has us do a lot of work. And my concern is that we don't get something adopted within the 5-year term by trying to go too broad and have too long of a process at that point. I think it is really a calibration here of what we can get done in those 5 years and what makes most sense. But again, really looking to make sure we hear from folks, but importantly that we as a board are clear on where it is we are on what the project is and the scope of it and what it isn't and what it gets us and what those trade-offs are. I think it's important we have that policy discussion. So much appreciation.
Can I just add one additional
Mr. Oppenheimer,
thing?
yes.
Yeah, so
is your mic on? Just make sure.
It's green. So,
okay, good. Thank you.
Hopefully. So I just want to remind the board and everyone here that the 2024 resolution directed the staff to develop the sort of the scientific basis for the baseline minimum flows. And we've been talking about, well, it's not clear what that means. There is a definition of baseline minimum flows in that 2024 resolution, and it's pretty narrow and it's pretty, in my opinion, focused. You can read it. It's whereas clause 5 in the resolution. It's not, it's specific that it doesn't include flows tailored to reflect the sort of varied conditions which species have evolved to. So more holistic, it doesn't include more holistic flows. Now, we take direction from you, and so if we're going to go in a different direction, that's fine. We just need clarity on what that is and where you want us to go. But I feel like right now, the direction we have was, articulated in this resolution, and that's kind of where we're going.
I appreciate that, Mr. Oppenheimer. Okay.
And just to clarify, I think there's an opportunity for us to clarify what that means. And, that was this board a year ago in a different context. And I think to the chair's point, just having an opportunity to have that discussion and weigh these, the same challenges we were weighing in terms of the, the need to make sure we can adopt something, but also in a timely fashion, but also that we're getting it right. And, I think we need the space to be able to do that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And again, thank you, board member. I think you're right. It is about getting it right amongst all this, and just appreciate everyone being part of this process these last years, and we'll be continuing this on, and including additional panels now. Just double check, make sure there isn't anything further from the dais. And okay, I think next we'll hear from the Department of Fish and Wildlife.
And we'll move down if it makes sense.
Okay, yeah, or maybe move to the left. And
Okay,
then folks
either way.
can,
Yep.
yeah, because then they can come in and out here. I don't know our largest panel, if that's going to be able to fit, but thank you, appreciate that. Okay. Give a moment for folks to shuffle over. Mr. Harris, it's good to see you again. Thank you for being here with us.
You got it. Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Michael Harris. I'm the Environmental Program Manager with the Klamath Watershed Program for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And joining me today via the web is Crystal Robinson, Klamath Watershed Program Supervisor. We're going to give you a brief update on fisheries, sprinkle a little bit on the magic stuff that's going on the Klamath right now and where the fish are going, because it's super exciting, and then talk a little bit about the flow process we did this summer. And so with that, I will turn it over to Crystal.
All right. Good morning, Chairman of the Board and fellow board members. I'll be presenting today on behalf of the department. And Mike introduced me. I'm a supervisor in the Klamath Watershed Program for California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Next slide, please. I'd like to begin first with a brief summary of the presentation. So I'm first I'm going to review the trustee role of the department, and then I'll present an update on the current status of fish in the Scott and Shasta this year, along with a short discussion comparing this fall Chinook brood year in context of the regulation. Next, I'll present information related to fish presence through base flows in both rivers during the implementation of the regulation. And lastly, I wanted to share an example of the type of information we're collecting through our connectivity surveys in the Scott River. Next slide. As trustee for California's Fish and Wildlife Resources, CDFW has jurisdiction over the conservation, protection, and management of fish, wildlife, native plants, and habitat necessary for biologically sustainable populations of those species. Next slide. Scott and Shasta Fisheries Update. Next slide, please. So the Scott and Shasta rivers are currently being monitored for adult salmonid escapement, and CDFW operates video weirs at the mouth of the Shasta and at approximately river mile 18 on the Scott. Carcass and red surveys are occurring with cooperators both upstream and downstream of the weirs, collecting biological information as well as the spatial distribution. It's also important to note that this is the first returning brood year of fall Chinook salmon that migrated into the Shasta, spawned, reared, and out-migrated during the implementation of the regulation and is now returning again as adults. All of these estimates are preliminary, and please note that I've also revised these numbers since submission of the presentation, so they might be slightly different. We currently have 2,757 Chinook salmon through the Scott. This is below the 1978 to 2023 mean value of 4,758 spawners. We will be revisiting this estimate to include data collected in the 18 miles downstream of the weir. And we were also expecting a low return of Chinook salmon this year, and the closure of the commercial fishery was a reflection of that. For coho salmon, approximately 30 have passed through the Scott counting station, and the 2007 to 23 mean for this species is 716 spawners. It is very early in the run for coho, and we expect to see more passing in the next few weeks. The Shasta River has had 5,823 Chinook salmon enter the watershed to date, and this is near the 46-year average of 6,521 spawners. As for coho salmon, the Shasta has a 22-year median of 95 spawners and a 9-year mean of 46. And to date, we've had 2 coho salmon through the Shasta video counting station. And as I mentioned for the Scott, it is very early in this run, and we do expect to see more entering in the upcoming weeks. Steelhead escapement for 2025 will be reported at the end of the season report. Next slide. As mentioned on the previous slide, this is the first brood year of fall run Chinook salmon to complete their entire life cycle during the regulation. The flow targets were intended to provide emergency protections for salmonids through the drought. In addition to the flow protections in 2023, the commercial salmon fishery was shut down for the first time since 2008-2009, citing low populations. In 2024, the commercial and recreational salmon fisheries were closed for the second consecutive year. And in 2025, the commercial fishery was again shut down for a third consecutive year, with only limited recreational fishing permitted. The environmental conditions in the Klamath Basin with respect to snowpack also increased from 22 to 25 and contributed to improved conditions in river. There is also main stem water temperature improvements noted with the removal of the 4 dams on the Klamath River last year. Decreased water temperature in the main stem Klamath was noted during the migration of adult Chinook this year. Collectively, these actions and conditions have led to the returning adult fall Chinook salmon numbers you see here today. For the Scott River, 994 fall Chinook returned in 2022, and from the same brood year to date, we have 2,757 that have returned. As for the Shasta River, 4,509 fall Chinook returned in 2022, and from the same brood year to date, we have 5,823 that have returned. Next slide, please. As for the rest of the Klamath Basin, there's been a lot of media surrounding this year's return of fall Chinook salmon to Oregon. Adult Chinook radio tagging efforts in the main stem have been informative in tracking the migration and location of those fish across the large landscape of the upper basin. Tagged fish are leading Klamath tribes and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife fish surveyors to locations from Pelican Bay to the Lower Klamath National Wildlife Refuge, as well as the tributaries of the Williamson, Sprague, and Spencer Creek. Tagged fish are being seen with several other untagged adult Chinook, and spawning is now being documented in California and Oregon tributaries, as well as the main stem from the former Iron Gate Dam to Keno Dam. There is a link here in the slide to the salmon tracker if anyone's interested in following those tagged fish detections. Next slide. Next, I'll present some of the results of implementing the current emergency and stream flow recommendations in the Scott and Shasta for the past 4 years. And as stated on the previous slide, keep in mind with these results that the snowpack had also been improving during the implementation of the regulation and would have contributed to improved in-river conditions. Next slide. We conducted fish surveys at summer base flows for both rivers, which is after the snowmelt period in June or July, and then before the rains begin in October. CDFW adult surveys are numeric, and juvenile surveys are focusing on present versus not observed. For species clarity, we refer to juvenile trout as omicus, since we're unable to determine if they're steelhead or resident rainbow trout at the juvenile life stage. Starting with the Scott, the canyon is referring to the lower 21 miles of the watershed downstream of the USGS Fort Jones Gauging Station. This area is diverse in habitat features and annually has spawning and rearing by salmonids. All 4 years of juvenile canyon surveys on the Scott have observed Chinook and coho salmon, as well as Omicus residing in the reaches surveyed during base flow. For the last 3 years, we conducted an adult dive survey of the entire canyon with collaborators, and we're annually observing adult steelhead as well as spawning adult Pacific lamprey present in early August. This year, we saw an early run timing adult Chinook salmon for the first time on the dive. Next slide. For the past 4 years, CDFW has been conducting base flow fish surveys in the Shasta River and Big Spring Complex with the help of collaborators as well. We've identified presence of Omicus all 4 years in the canyon, and the last 3 years, crews have observed Chinook salmon residing in the canyon through base flow in addition to the Omicus. This past year, we observed the same species, and we also documented for the first time juvenile coho salmon and an adult steelhead in the canyon of the Shasta. In 22, 23, and 24, the Big Springs complex was surveyed and Omicus were documented, but no salmon. This past year in 2025, CDFW crews observed Omicus and for the first time in 4 years, a Chinook salmon. However, no coho salmon have been observed during the snorkel surveys in the Big Spring complex during our base flow surveys for the last 4 years. We have been seeing an increase in species observations each year of the regulation, as you can see from this table. And this really speaks to the benefits of maintaining flows to keep habitats and macroinvertebrate communities hydrated. We're potentially seeing a resurgence of life history strategies emerging again with flow thresholds that are being met under this regulation. This is also exciting to see habitat utilization in more than just the Big Springs complex of the Shasta watershed. Populations congregated to one area of the watershed are problematic from a genetic standpoint. It also puts the population at risk to isolated catastrophic events and can increase predation rates and encourage the spread of disease. This past year, we also observed juvenile coho rearing in Wairika Creek through base flow. And this is also an exciting observation, knowing that we have additional habitats available in addition to those that we've already been studying. Next slide. This August, a flow augmentation study was attempted in the Shasta River, as was mentioned in your staff's presentation, and this hydrograph here depicts that flow change. The dark red line is the 50 CFS flow minimum for the Shasta River Canyon from July 1st through September 14th. On August 19th through the 24th, the flows were dropped to 40 CFS, and then from the 24th to September 5th, flows were increased to 60 CFS. Our fish survey crews continued to document observed species through this flow change following the existing snorkel protocols. Improved visibility was the most notable change when the flows dropped. The clarity remained somewhat better as the flows increased again compared to the pre-flow drop condition. The results of our fish observations in response to this flow change are not comparable given that shift in water visibility. It has impacts on our ability to document fish presence and speciate, the fish. Flows were also quite challenging at 60 CFS to safely perform the survey, and certain sections of those reaches had to be walked. Unfortunately, the visibility conditions in the canyon this summer presented a challenge and delayed the implementation of the study, forcing us to start or not to be able to do so, as the flows dropping any later could have impacted adult Chinook salmon returning to the Shasta River. This delay pushed the flow trial period to be conducted outside of peak summer water temperatures, and this time pressure also reduced the ability to reach out to the community for assistance in stabilizing flows during the period of the event. Prior to conducting our last survey that was to occur at 40 CFS before flows went up to 60, rain and power outages increased flows rapidly around day 4, preventing us from conducting that final survey. A take-home message for the department is that we understand the desire of the board to conduct the flow study, and we tried to support making that happen, but ultimately we are not the appropriate entity to try and coordinate that action. That being said, we want to commend everyone that participated, and I think we learned a lot, and any future efforts will be much more successful. Next slide.
Can I jump in here real quick if that's okay? Yeah, I just want to touch a little bit more on the flow study from sort of a qualitative standpoint. As Crystal said, we had to get delayed in the summer, because of the water quality conditions. So we couldn't see the fish, and that was one of the primary things we wanted to do. So we got to this point where we basically had to start the flow study because we're going to drop to 40, but we also had Chinook starting to come into the system. And that created sort of a rush that prevented the Farm Bureau from doing some of the outreach that it wanted to do, which didn't really attenuate some of the fluctuations you see in that graph. We never really got to 40. We were around 40, 45, and then we had the rainstorm. But I want to touch on the coordination, I think, piece the most. The department really understood this was important. I think the department, I made some assumptions about the level of communication that was going on between the different groups out there. And I think we would do this in the future. Having somebody like the water master coordinate, the actual operation and making sure it's happening and working better, I think would be better than the department trying to coordinate that aspect. There are just so many moving parts. And I'll just end with this, and it's completely qualitative, is when I look at watersheds like Long Valley, the Susan River, Hat Creek, Cottonwood Cow, Mill, Antelope, Deer, Cache Creek, and you think about the fact that we have the Shasta River with an adjudication, with appropriative rights, riparian rights, cold water springs, the water master only able to control the appropriative rights, the fact that everybody was able to come together and attempt to do a flow study, and with some things that we could tweak in the future and things that were out of our control, I think everybody should really be commended for that effort, because I can't think of a more difficult watershed to try and take something like this on. So once again, commend to all the Farm Bureau, the water master, everybody else in the community that helped in this process. So
Really appreciate those comments, Mr. Harris, and I'll just add my thanks as well. And look forward to what is further iteration around just the learning. And I think that that's what's been most powerful these last years, for me at least, is the co-learning that is going on in the watershed and these opportunities. And to your point on the water master, kind of having a better handle, if you will, on trying being there on the implementation side. Has there been discussion with the water master and potentially doing that in the coming year? Just wondering.
I haven't directly talked to the water master, but I know the the water master has talked to board staff and talked to others about taking a larger role, which I think would be extremely beneficial.
Great.
And once again, that comes down to a communication part, err on my side, thinking that she was more into the process than she was. So
Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Harris.
sorry to interrupt you, Crystal.
Oh, that's okay. All right. So in addition to the fisheries data we've been collecting through the regulation, we also wanted to share data we've been collecting in the Scott River since 2022 that's helping to inform tributary and main stem connection in relation to the flow measurement at the USGS Fort Jones flow gauge. While these are not fish passage flows due to landowner access challenges, it is empirical data from 26 sites on when we begin to see connection and disconnection of main stem and tributary reaches around the watershed. There are solid trends evident in the 4-year period of record, as you can see in the graph to the right. This data helps inform when we might begin to see fish passage around the basin, while also providing a clear relationship between the flows at the USGS Fort Jones gauge and the 26 sites surveyed. Next slide. Thank you for your time today to present this information. And in closing, I just wanted to reiterate the governor's California salmon strategy for a hotter, drier future directs work to begin on the establishment of minimum in-stream flows for the Scott and Shasta rivers, as well as to work with local groups on solutions and options to incentivize the reduction of surface water diversions and groundwater pumping in these basins. And as I've stated in previous presentations, the existing baseline minimum flows were intended to avoid the extinction vortex, minimize further collapse of our existing fish stocks, while recognizing that every CFS matters. And so under this direction, CDFW will continue to work with the Water Board staff and local partners to support the development of baseline minimum flow requirements in both rivers. And we're looking forward to collaborating with all parties in both watersheds to provide the information on the scientific basis report. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate, again, all the work from CDFW, from folks, and helping contribute to what is two very different and complex watersheds. But really appreciate as well the note on just the impact or the benefit we've seen from dam removal as well, and the comprehensive sort of look at the watershed. So thank you. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there's anything further for CDFW. Vice Chair.
Just would like to ask Kind of an echo going on there. Ask staff to follow up on the suggestion about the water master and just make sure that you'll be following up on that and, any issues or concerns that you see with the suggestion of coordinating through the water master.
Yes, when we were going through that period of time with the addendum and implementation, there was close communication with the water master, and the water master did indicate a desire to take a bigger role in the future.
Excellent. Okay. And then, Mr. Harris, just special thanks to you. And I know that your presence in the community has just really helped to foster some good communication with all stakeholders, and want you to know that we all really appreciate your ongoing work in the community and in the watershed.
Thank you. I would just add it because I have really good staff.
You're here. I feel the same way oftentimes, so thank you. Okay. Looking to fellow board colleagues one last time. Not seen, and much appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Next, we have a Farm Bureau panel. We'll wait for a moment for folks to swap in. Mr. Walker, good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to just begin by thanking the board for giving us the opportunity to present on this topic and to sort of be involved once again in what is now becoming sort of an annual rite of passage. So thank you for that. And hopefully we'll keep this short. I have with me two other people you also know, Brandon Fawaz, a Farm Bureau Director and also a local farmer, and Dr. Laura Foglia from Larry Walker and Associates, who will be able to provide much better technical and on-the-ground experience than I will. What we want to talk a little bit about today is sort of the future, as we've been talking already, the future of permanent reg development. With the passage of AB 263, I think the future of regulation in the Scott and Shasta is starting to come into focus. And we can go ahead and go to the next slide. That future is looking crowded, as it turns out. We have a fair number of state agencies and even some federal at times, that want to get involved in regulating flow, groundwater, and fish habitat in the Scott and Shasta. And up there's a list of few. Obviously, the state board has SB 88, which we all get to deal with annually, and then now a 5-year emergency / AB 263 reg. The North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board is currently in the process of developing their waste discharge requirement, which they hope to have out, I think, within a year or a little bit longer than that, which will have an irrigated lands program component to it. And then DWR, along with our GSA, has a GSP, which is also regulating groundwater. You add on top of that our friends Mike and Crystal at California Department of Fish and Wildlife, who administer a number of programs, including the 1600 permit. And then you could probably also put on there the safe harbor agreements that are in the upper Shasta and NOAA's overlay on that also comes into play and deals with many of the same issues. We can go ahead to the next slide. When we look at these regulatory programs, while they all have a slightly different focus, their overall desire is to create fish habitat for the most part. And in many ways, they deal with many of the same issues. And so the State Water Board and SGMA are absolutely dealing with groundwater levels. And because SGMA has included an integrated surface water component, the ISW component, they're also worried about surface flows, or at least the surface flows that are impacted by groundwater, which in the Scott is very tight, and even in the Shasta has an element where there is that as well. And then even the Regional Water Board because the TMDLs list the rivers for temperature and flow as a big component, or volume as a big component of temperature in any of these mixing formulas, they're very interested in groundwater in the Scott and flow in the Shasta. And so that's also, while not directly their mandate or their direct focus, because water quality would be, those are concerns about flow and surface water. And so all of these regulators have the potential of creating their own independent monitoring and compliance structure that ultimately is trying to deal with the same high-level goal of fish protection and habitat development. And next slide. If each of these regulatory agencies work on their own, they're going to create sort of a confusing mess of duplicative effort, of confusion for the landowner, of unnecessary economic damage to the water users, and a failure, which is really the big problem, a failure to meet the habitat and fish survival goals that we have. You can go ahead and move to the next slide. The solution, we believe, is coordination on both sides of the regulatory equation. We need on our end to herd our cats, but we'd hope that the state regulatory apparatus would herd its cats as well, and we could do that. In the past, this was difficult on our side. We have a lot of independent small farms. We have a slew of different water rights. We have a handful of small irrigation districts. And you know, these are hard to coordinate even for an entity as powerful and as well-respected as the Siskiyou County Farm Bureau. This will change, we believe, with the development of the Irrigated Lands Program in Siskiyou County. There will be a coalition, and that coalition will allow us for the first time for all irrigators to be part of a single entity and speak with a single voice and bind each other and avoid the sort of tragedy of the commons that has been so common in our watersheds. What we need is, or what we'd, I guess, ask for is that the regulatory agencies on the other side would form their own coalition, and that we could develop a comprehensive regulatory approach to the Scott and Shasta. We can go ahead into the next slide. And there's sort of obvious benefits to coordinated action on the regulatory agency side. You guys have staff constraints just like everybody else, and there's no need to be doing the same staff work that another agency is doing, or that the coalition can do and provide a single report to all the communities. Go ahead to the next slide. So what we think a coordinated regulatory process looks like is a coalition which can deal with a single monitoring strategy that meets the regulatory goals of each of the agencies involved, and then provide a single monitoring report that all of the agencies would be able to use and recognize as meeting their goals. On the landowner side, they would deal with a single entity, which would be the coalition, and that entity would would pay the cost of the state fee for Irrigated Lands Program, the cost of monitoring, the cost of groundwater monitoring through SGMA, which they would normally do through their per acre fee study. And that landowner would then have a single fee and provide a single report to a single entity that they're comfortable with, that can provide an anonymity when that's useful and appropriate, but would handle all that interaction between the two. And I think that would create a smoother context. We can go ahead to the next slide. The other advantage we'd have is that as to date, regulation has caused a lot of work, and you know, I appreciate we went through a whole number of slides just now and saw a lot of good things and good trajectories over the last 3 years. And while I don't want to take away from this board's responsibility for some of those good things, there's been a lot of other work going on as well, and you know, recharge projects that have been that predate the emergency regs, as well as a lot of on-farm efficiency. But to date, a lot of our work, with the exception of maybe the recharge project, have been farm-based, landowner-based. That's not how we're going to fix this solution overall. It's going to help, and it's part of the solution, but we need watershed-wide projects, and it's through a coordinated effort on our side and a coordinated effort on the regulatory side that we can really do watershed-wide type project, watershed-wide PMAs, as we talk about here. the LCSs are a good example of this. Right now, that I'm sure is a staff suck on your guys' time to deal with each individual landowner on their LCS. And while we appreciate that has been an option in the emergency reg and certainly advocated for it and think it's been a good program, if we have a coalition and a single coordinating entity, we can do watershed-wide LCSs. We could sort of, instead of just what can one farmer do? Maybe instead of being at risk for curtailments one year, we could have a large project that we do, or maybe we could provide an amount of fallowing acres across the whole watershed, and then we could work within our members to figure out how to get to that number without having to take a lot of staff time. I think a lot of the shyness about having flexibility in some of these has been that it would be a staff time consumer, and so we think we can resolve some of those problems through the coalition. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Yeah, I think this is what it would look like. What does coordination look like in this scenario? And I think it involves creating a coalition under the WDR, and that coalition would be the point person. And there's some precedent for that, I understand, and I thank Board Member Firestorm for pointing this out to us in our meeting yesterday, that Lake County, and we've talked to them since then, has used their coalition, their Irrigated Lands Coalition, to deal with the information order that came out on the Clear Lake Hitch. And so that's much more limited than what we're talking about here, but it is a precedent of how that coalition can act as a point for other regulatory agencies as well. And then this coalition structure would then be authorized or use their authorities to do monitoring throughout the watershed. The fees would be collected across the watershed, and then we'd have a separate, probably JPA with the GSA to meet their monitoring requirements as well under the GSP. And all of that would then be sort of a single bill, single regulatory footprint on the landowner. We can go ahead and move to the next slide. And again, this is just to point out that this is really the only way to do watershed-wide type work, and we're confident that's the answer in the future. And final slide. And looking forward, I really do think we're at a crossroads. I think Board Member Firestone kind of alluded to this in her comments a little bit earlier as well. This is the time to figure out how to do this right. There is a fairly limited time. If we don't start this coordination now, it's not like something we can add on as an ornament at the end of the regulation. It really needs to be now. I think we've had talks with both DWR, certainly with the GSA, and also with the regional board along these same lines. I think there's a desire among all of the agencies, and certainly among the board members I've talked to pursue something that looks like this, it's more efficient. And so we certainly look forward from your guys' advice on how to move forward on that, and would love direction from the board to staff to sort of work towards those lines as well. With that, I'll conclude and turn it over to questions, which I'm sure are probably, and maybe Brandon has some thoughts as well.
I'd like to hear questions first, and then I can always provide thoughts later.
Much appreciation, Mr. Walker, and everyone that I know has been putting in a lot of effort and thought into how we can be successful in the watershed. I know we didn't get a chance to meet, but know that I am completely supportive of having a comprehensive approach. To your kind of Venn diagram there, there are obviously separate agencies, different work going on, but they all are in common when it comes to the landowners that we're working with here. And so I think it definitely behooves us to figure that out. I think that there is actually a lot of groundwork toward that has been laid. I think of the MOU that we have with the county around groundwater modeling. I think of our role as well, obviously, in the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, our oversight of the regional water quality control boards. And so our ability to kind of see across those, make sure that we're taking a systems approach, which I always emphasize to staff, we need to be thinking of ourselves as a cog in a system of cogs, and how we necessarily, and how we can be ultimately successful by ensuring that we're being as efficient as we can with what are, to your point, a lot of limited resources, the local level, the staff level here at the state, amongst us and our sister agencies. And so 100% supportive of that. I think we can figure something out. And there are, to your point and board members' points here, examples of where we've been doing that across the state. And so I think kind of picking up that baton, really taking it and incorporating it is how we approach the regulation here, I think is going to be really important ultimately. So I'm very supportive of that. And again, I think that we have good groundwork toward that and should just start to build on it and provide for ourselves and for the public and everyone else, just wrapping our arms around all of that work and being able to show the outcomes even better associated with those different regulatory paths, but all kind of rowing in the same direction, if you will, and working off of the same models and data so that all becomes self-reinforcing. And we really think about the longevity of these efforts into the decades ahead, truly, and what, the art of the possible might be there. So glad to convene and glad to start discussions on how we might be able to do that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Looking to fellow board colleagues with questions. Vice Chair.
So I absolutely agree, and thank you for your creativity and putting these thoughts together. I'd add another agency, and that's California Department of Food and Agriculture. They just came out with a report. I know Ms. Mogus has been very much involved in tracking that, and there were many suggestions in that report that had to do with the water board and irrigated lands. And so I would just say whatever you need from us, and I don't know that now's the time to quite figure it out, but maybe to have staff report back, whether it's executive director's report or what have you, on selecting lead entities to have those discussions. I think your challenge is going to be, you don't have a facilitator. I don't think we have funding for a facilitator. Maybe CDFA does. I don't even know if it would be needed, but look forward to hearing about next steps, maybe a work plan and some timeframes on what it would take. I think that the attractiveness of this is when we come up with a way to kind of address streamlining and cost of compliance. It's difficult if we have to be the ones to say, oh, let's let one report in another area suffice. But if you're doing the work for us, with this model, then it's just a matter of, how we receive that information in such a way that it could satisfy our needs. So thank you for that. And while you're here, just want to, I think that coordination can serve additional purposes as well. I know that you all are limited with resources because, as you say, you have all these different programs that you're trying to comply with. But I do know that, with what we heard from Department of Fish and Wildlife, your efforts in trying to work with them on the study, and then also when we had a curtailment that was issued earlier, and you, I don't know if it was, you personally, but someone from your organization got a hold of us, got a hold of our staff and said, hey, we're seeing different conditions here. And so just, I think that that coordination can serve purposes beyond just, paperwork and ease of compliance, but also just sort of the lead go-to when questions come up, as we're all, kind of responding based on the current conditions.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Completely agree. It really is about building that lasting institutional trust amongst individuals that allows that kind of communication to really happen. And again, that example of the USGS gauge was just a really eye-opening and critical one. So thank you. Looking to fellow board colleagues, Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I'll just add on, and I, echo everything that's already been said. I think in the Lake County, Clear Lake Hitch context, there was a really great convening mechanism that included tribes and other stakeholders and inter agencies. And so I think, again, recognizing everyone's resource constraint, ours and all of the overstretched folks, partners on the ground, I think at the very least, we should be able to coordinate closely with the regional board and our own water boards family. But looking for ways to integrate effectively with the GSA and the coalitions and have a coordination that can pull folks together. So look forward to hearing ideas on how we can help facilitate that. Facilitate that, not necessarily being facilitate with a lowercase f, I guess. Just also look forward to looking at how we can also find kind of low-hanging fruit on the models like what Lake County is doing in terms of data collection and reporting, and how we can find ways to streamline or at least facilitate that coordination. So I think it's helpful to bring this bigger picture, especially given, I think I hadn't fully understood until yesterday that there weren't coalitions yet because there wasn't a WDR with the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program up in that region. And that's a really different context than other regions. And I think it's an opportunity for us to look at how to coordinate. Certainly I think it doesn't mean we stop or in some ways it, I think, provides even more of a need to provide some clarity and frameworks for how that collaboration can happen, but maybe allows us to be less prescriptive and look for these sort of collaborations that can happen in terms of implementation and multi-benefit to achieve those goals.
Thank you, board member, and agree. And what comes to mind, I think, for me is, to your point, we don't want to, we want to convene, I think is the word, and be able to pull folks together. But I think the first real task is kind of a mapping exercise, right? Where you really are looking at the regulatory programs, their reporting requirements, the words importantly as well amongst it, and us as agencies just try to really wrap our arms, if you will, around that totality, and then think how you squeeze it in, and understand where certain data, collected in one place can suffice for the other, which isn't to say that you give up your data custody or anything, but just really start to figure out the nuts and bolts, if you will, of what that looks like, and start to bring the us as state agencies and regulatory agencies along to really get that comfort. And I think that we should just start that as soon as we can, and glad to, again, do what I can to help convene that. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. I'll also echo all the good comments, so I won't add on too much other than to say that I think what's incredibly important to a strong partnership that builds trust amongst the regulated community and the regulators is having a fundamental understanding of what our goals and objectives are from the very beginning. And that's why it's so important that we truly, and we all have the same understanding of what baseline minimum flows are. And likewise, I really appreciate the flag on what other agencies are doing, including our regional board and potentially Department of Water Resources as well. And so I'll flag that it's really important to understand what their goals and objectives are too. And identifying areas where there's commonalities and maybe areas where there are differences. And not to say that it's ever going to be one-to-one all across. We have different missions, different and objectives in mind, but I think it's finding that those commonalities is where we can really find efficiencies in how to administer a program. So I love the idea of a partnership, of a collaborative approach here. The coalitions, I think there are good models out there that can be looked at and built upon. So appreciate you coming here today and sharing your thoughts, and look forward to the work ahead.
Thank you, board member. All right, let's, thank you. Or Mr. Fawaz.
Oh, I guess I could share a thought. I would just like to say, Siskiyou County Farm Bureau is very thankful for the fallowing grant that we did receive from California Fish and Wildlife. And just to kind of add an asterisk to the report provided, here by your state staff, probably ballpark, there was another 20% of the acres that were fallowed or went through a water cessation fallowing type situation in regards to irrigation this year that weren't reflected in those numbers, because if someone were participating in that other program, they couldn't participate those acres in the LCS. So let's just make a note that that was a contributing factor, and it's worked well for us. And we know we have your support if there's ever a chance to continue that again, but we know funding's tough in a budget year like this, but we'd like to have that noted. Thank you.
I really appreciate that note and that information. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you very
And
much.
look forward to further discussion. I know that we'll be having here, so much appreciation. All right. We have about 12 commenters. We're at about noon. Let's get through our commenters. We'll try to wrap this item. We'll take a lunch, and then we'll get to the next item thereafter for folks planning purposes. Okay. Our first commenter, and I'm just reading these off in order of received, is Nick Jocelyn, be followed by Felice Pace, David Webb, and then Conrad Fisher.
Thank you for the staff for the information item regarding the Scott and Shasta Rivers. My name is Nick Jocelyn. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director at Mount Shasta Bioregional Ecology Center. Over the last 4 years, we've seen some real progress in understanding both the Scott and the Shasta Rivers, and some of us that live or work in these basins have been grateful to assist staff during these processes. As staff now embarks on a very complicated process, we have to urge the board to explicitly state the goal of future flow regulations for the Scott and the Shasta. Are we simply avoiding extinction, or are we trying to help our rivers escape the current extinction vortex that has salmonids existing at a fraction of their former numbers? Staff needs to understand that flow goals need to be linked to some biological outcome. One metric that could be used, and it is already data collected by the Department of Fish and Wildlife within each watershed, is smolts produced per adult returning fish. This ratio is not influenced by effects outside of the watershed. We also have decades of data already available to staff. Simply measuring flow does not capture any biological outcome, so it's incredibly important that we build future regulations to have another measure of effectiveness of that regulation. Another issue that has been raised by numbers of other interested parties in the Shasta is the single compliance point for flow measured at the Wairika USGS gauge. We believe that multiple points of compliance are necessary in the Shasta. We understand that staff at the regional board and other local groups have worked to install more gauges in the Shasta, and we need to develop a regulation that uses these gauges as validation checks. In the Shasta, gauging can be difficult due to aquatic vegetation, and relying on only the most downstream gauge in Wairika has led to confusion and debate. We know that the Shasta has tributaries which influence flow and temperature dramatically. Many of these important tributaries flow into the main stem below Dwinell Reservoir, so their cold water contributions cannot be understated. Springs in the Parks Creek watershed once hosted coho juveniles during their year-long stay in freshwater before they leave for the ocean. The springs, like Bridgefield Springs, no longer allow access for these fish to over summer. As noted by DFW today, coho do not seem to try to utilize the cold water of Big Springs Creek, so reestablishing access to springs in the Parks Creek watershed is crucial. We have the Little Shasta River, where my family homesteaded in 1854, that goes completely dry every summer. The Little Shasta River is a spring-fed river that could be contributing cold water to the main stem much further downstream of Big Springs Creek and Parks Creek. This river once hosted a variety of salmonids. Since we know the Shasta River warms as it flows towards the Shasta Canyon, any cold water inputs will improve the temperature in the main stem. Ignoring that the Little Shasta River goes dry every summer is not an acceptable approach to rebuilding our fish stocks. We hope to see this reflected in the scientific basis report, since no fish can survive without water. Finally, we remain committed to working with staff to share our on-the-ground knowledge and experience. We've kept staff updated on the status of our current work to understand the contribution of flows that come from all of the Shasta River tributaries. We will eventually release our work for public review in early 2026. We hope that the outcome of our work can aid staff when considering the flow inputs along the entire length of the Shasta River and craft regulation that acknowledges the importance of cold spring water to salmonids during their various life stages. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn. Really appreciate your comments. And just wondering actually if you had a chance on the technical side just to consult a bit with staff or CDFW as you embarked on your work, just wondering actually. And apologies, you may have popped off already. And if so, that's okay. I do have a question for our folks, Ms. Regazzi. When it comes to the multiple compliance points potential, is that something that is being looked at, as we think about how we might approach things? And especially, and I know to your, earlier point, we are looking at, at different points in the river, what are, the functions basically for life stages, et cetera. So that might be a yes, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, the short answer is yes. The additional context I would provide is we're looking at having proposed range of flows evaluated at multiple locations in the watershed to provide more flexibility should the board proceed and being able to look at multiple points of compliance if desired. I will say, though, that the gauges are one piece. We may develop information for locations that we don't have reliable gauges for, and that could hinder implementation.
Yeah, and thank you. And can help provide perhaps a roadmap for where we need to be investing in the watershed for those additional gauges. So yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Regazzi. Mr. Jocelyn.
I was just going to add that, yes, we have early conversations with staff, and our project, unfortunately, is slightly more complicated than the canyon work, so we are a little behind schedule, but we intend to engage at a future date.
Thank you. Much appreciation. All right. Next, I'd like to call up David Webb. I believe Mr. Pace is not on the platform. So we'll go next to David Webb, be followed by Conrad Fisher, and then Regina Chicazola.
Good morning. This is David Webb, board member of Friends of the Shasta River, and I really appreciate the chance for us to all revisit this topic as it unfolds. And since my time is short, I'll try to move quickly. In describing and speaking first to some of the initial slides that we all saw, in describing the scientific basis report, potential targets were simplified necessarily into no survival, limited survival, and maximum survival. I think it's dangerous to build our expectations on such a simplified approach. And I believe that what my experience and field observations and general biology tell me is that we cannot afford to look at a few discrete bins of survival, zero and some and many, but need to focus our thinking more on how the percent survival changes with changes in water quantity and water quality, with 0% survival to maximal survival, with the space between being something of a seamless continuum. And I think it's going to be important that the scientific basis report looks at things in those terms, not just, what do we have to do to kill all the fish? What do we do to keep a few alive? And what do we have to do to keep as many as possible alive? I mean, those are simply too many undesirable outcomes from one aspect or another. And with that in mind, we need to look at the historic river survival rates and then reach some sort of agreement on desired future survival rates. In most rivers, such an assessment simply isn't possible. But in the Shasta, things are different, where for nearly 100 years, the California Department of Fish and Game has been collecting adult salmon return numbers. It's something that all of you are at least vaguely familiar with. Also, since 2001, so for nearly 25 years, the Department of Fish and Game has been operating rotary screw traps at the mouth of the river that in turn yield a scientific estimate of the actual smolt production and smolt survival from within the river. Those two numbers, the numbers of adults that return to spawn and the subsequent number of juvenile smolts produced, can be utilized to assess in-river health on a general basis. If more smolts result from each adult spawner, then we are on an improving trend. If fewer smolts per adult are observed, then something is wrong or inadequate in our efforts, and that points to a need for adaptive management changes. So I think it's important that we have metrics that allow us to assess the merits of these difficult in-stream flow allocations. And given the general agreement that the goal of all of this is improvement in salmon numbers, it is both the best and most accessible approach, with the baseline data already in hand from Fish and Game's 25 years of smolt production counting, and with future data expected to continue to be collected by Fish and Game with their rotary screw traps. And so I think that needs to be incorporated into this scientific basis report as part of our targeted effort to both validate what's being done and to address the need for adaptive management should that be the case. And for that purpose, adaptive management also needs to be programmed into whatever ultimately is adopted, so that there are defined intervals when effectiveness is evaluated and course corrections made on a defined basis and not just left to hope and to chance in the future. Moving on again in the slides, the sense was presented that the on-the-ground actions and coordination was a significant success in this overall curtailment effort. And here I'm compelled to point out that not everything about that coordination was rosy. Specifically, what we saw was the alternate trading of timing of diversion between the Grenada Irrigation District and the Big Springs Irrigation District, with the result, when the Grenada Irrigation District turned on, the Big Springs Irrigation District would turn off, and additional groundwater would be discharged from Big Springs Creek and flow down the river to the Grenada Irrigation District point of diversion. And once the Grenada Irrigation District had distributed all the water it reasonably could, which would take about 2 weeks, then the Big Springs Irrigation District could turn itself back on, and flows in Big Springs Creek would drop by 20 to 30 cubic feet per second. And whatever refugia might have been resulting from the cold water inflows that weren't impaired would then be potentially lost. And that would be a yo-yoing back and forth over the course of the summer. And so while it was great for those two irrigation districts in order to allow them to continue to divert, if the goal is to improve fish survival, we shot ourselves in the foot by not having flow targets in Big Springs Creek itself, which would have then prevented that sort of trading off of timing of diversions, which was great for the diverters, but terrible for the environment.
Mr. Webb, I apologize to interrupt. You are a bit over your 5 minutes at this point, but
Well, thank you. I think that's enough for now. I'll try to send you some written comments. Thank you very much.
much appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Webb. I appreciate those comments, and always thank you for your contributions here to the work in this discussion. Next, I'd like to call Conrad Fisher.
Unmute. How's that? Did I unmute?
You did. We can hear you.
Okay,
Good
thank
to
you.
see Mr. Fisher.
Likewise, thank you. For those who don't know, my name is Conrad Fisher with Water Climate Trust, and my home is on the Klamath River in southwest Siskiyou County. So the success or failure of this process means a lot to me because it literally means how many fish will be swimming past my house for the rest of my life and future generations. I just have a couple of big takeaways. There's more details in our comment letters, but as a couple of board members have said, goals very much matter. We need clear goals so we know if we've succeeded. We need clear goals so that collaboration can actually work. Can't tell you how many times I've seen collaboration where 5 different people have 5 different goals and still talk about activities. So we need to start with goals. I was very happy to see that staff clarified what baseline minimum potential considerations could be. Specifically, potential considerations: avoid extirpation and support population increase. That's an amazing goal. Let's please transition that from a potential consideration to an actual goal. And then similarly, buffer populations from catastrophic events. That's also a good goal that distinguishes moving forward from kind of what CDFW's previous recommendations were, which is just to avoid harmful aspects of a drought. And all of these things would make the final product more defensible. Additional goals that I think should be considered and should be recovery and harvestable surplus. If for all of the times the Water Board has gotten feedback from tribes and commercial fisher folk, harvestable surplus is a goal. And then recovery, and NOAA Fisheries has population numbers for what recovery would mean. And I'll just, to leave you, and I know that's not currently part of what staff is planning to do, but I guess my biggest ask of today would be, in the language of Sigma, avoid the following undesirable result. It would be great to avoid an undesirable result that leads us to the end of this 5-year period without having the ability to implement different goals, whether it's recovery, harvestable surplus, or whatever else. So let's hang on to the goals staff has already put out there on the slide, but somehow keep the door open. So if at the end of 5 years, we want those goals as well, we have the scientific basis report and economic analysis that supports it, rather than having to start over, because starting over would be really hard. Other huge point, regardless of what the goal is, what I've spoken of thus far are narrative goals. We need numeric outcomes that should be linked to fish populations. At the end of the day, success is how many fish are there. Dave mentioned that perhaps juvenile survival is a much better, more positively correlated with flow. And I and others definitely want to acknowledge there is no way to know exactly how much water will equate to how many fish, but there are ways to have a linkage, and we can make recommendations that are intended to achieve, and we can allow adaptive management to let us course correct. But the question is, what is going to be our initial goal that we're shooting for? And what staff put up there was great, but let's try to keep the door open to recovery and harvestable surplus. Finally, then I'll be quiet. We heard a lot about the econ analysis from this perspective of ag today. I just want to point out that the fish are a source of income and food for other stakeholders. So what similar to science, it matters a lot what the economists are asked to answer. And among the things they are asked to answer should be the cost of the status quo and the cost of potential extinction. And the status quo has been decimation of the commercial fishery and loss of first foods for tribes. So those costs should also be considered. So thanks for all the hard work and this opportunity.
Thank you as well. And don't ever feel a need to be quiet unless I say it's time to wrap up. But absent that, please, no, truly, thank you. I really appreciate always the good contributions. Those were great comments, Mr. Fisher. I appreciate the acknowledgement of kind of the refinement of this definition and feeling that is helpful here. You know, the additional requests on kind of a bit of an expansion of what that might be. Again, I'm listening mode at this point and just look forward to, I know we'll be further brief and discussion here, but all of that was fantastic and really appreciate your good work and contributions here, Mr. Fisher. Thank you. All right, next we have up to speak, hold on one moment. We'll go to Regina Chicazola, be followed by Eli Azarian, and then Angelina Cook.
Hi, I'm assuming you can hear me.
You can. Good to see you.
Thanks. This is Regina Chicazola with Save California Salmon. Sorry for jumping on late. My power has been out all morning and it's been quite a challenge with this big storm. I think I'll start a little bit with the economics because that's where Conrad left off. And it's something that has been fairly frustrating to a lot of people who live on the river, is thinking about the economic impacts and the economic reports and analysis. I just wanted to repeat that I think it's really important to look at the fact that commercial fishing has been shut down for so long, and along with recreational fishing, but to think also about the additive jobs that those different industries actually help with, especially in a poorer rural community, such as the communities of the Klamath River. You know, we see that with recreational fishing comes a lot of jobs. With subsistence fishing comes a lot of food, which really helps with the economics of people not having money with inflation for food right now. You know, we also look at the stores, the ice machines, the businesses. There is a lot of economics and local stability for our communities that do come from fishing. And those industries have been decimated, and with it, so have our towns. And so have people's ability to feed themselves, and so has their health. And so just from like the economic justice and the environmental justice point of view, being that these are largely tribal communities, I think it's important to really work that into the economic analysis, especially because there are not good numbers out there for what it's meant for Klamath River communities and coastal communities to lose one of the biggest independent job resources within the community. So please take a hard look at that. And with that, I'm also asking that we take a really hard look at reasonable use of water and how to actually obtain our goals of getting the fish into waters that can actually sustain them because they are good temperatures. I think there's always a real push to look at junior water right holders versus senior water right holders, and I get that. But from what I've seen, often it's the senior water right holders that are not reasonably using water. And it is important that we coordinate, like the Farm Bureau said, between all these different processes. And I've always used the Shasta as one of the biggest examples of unreasonable use of water, because there are these large water right holders that are mainly senior water right holders that have like massive dams that don't release water, such as the Montague Irrigation District, or there are hobby ranchers that flood irrigate, and then those flood waters go back into the water, making temperatures higher. So, they are connected in the fact that major use of water leads to flood irrigation, leads to pollution back into the watersheds. So I think with this analysis, we should be looking at the reasonable use of water along with how to connect fish to good habitat. And I think that'll help with coordination, especially with the waste discharge requirements. Because, if one water user is flood irrigating and causing a big problem, whether or not they're senior or junior water right holders, that's going to keep us from our goals. I think that, we need to look at some of the big issues when we're doing this analysis too. Like I said, the Montague Irrigation District and the Shasta River, and the fact that they don't release waters for the benefit of fisheries. How do we deal with this issue? And with the coordination between everyone, I think that's such a great idea. But let's get to these really big issues with that and not use it as an excuse to keep punting on the issues at hand. With that said, I also think that we need to look at different water year types and how to get restoration flows during good water years, because what we're missing within these watersheds is because there's so much water use, they're kind of in perpetual drought. There aren't good years within these watersheds, and these good years are what keeps the commercial fishing industry going, so I would like to make sure that we're looking at a harvestable surplus and we're looking at restoration flows, but also what does that mean in different water year types? How do we get back to where we actually have good years when it's wet years again, instead of always going for the baseline or belly scraping flows? Because obviously we're going to have to share the pain in drought years, but we should also share the abundance in good water years. That's how we come to a just solution for our watersheds. And with that said, I want to thank you for moving forward in this process. I feel like I've been coming to these meetings forever talking about this, and it's been really slow and it's hard to deal with. But I think what we're seeing from the studies being done is that we can meet our goals. There is enough water to make this work, but we do need to look at things like groundwater. We do need to look at the temperatures in the springs, and we need to take a whole watershed approach and also look at a compliance in different parts of the watersheds and really look at how dynamic these watersheds are, how different they are, and how to come at real solutions where the fish can get to where they need to be and the water is there for them when they get there. So with that said, I thank you again, and I thank everyone who's been involved, even the people I don't always get along with, and I really look forward. I think that if the Klamath has shown us anything, is if you give the fish the connectivity, and if you give them a chance, they're going to come back and they're going to do well, and I really look forward to that working out better in the Scott and Shasta watersheds also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chicazola, as always, for your great contributions. And yes, it has been a few years here that we've been working in the watershed. And we are a slow, deliberate body, but I appreciate the patience and the contributions here. It's made a difference, truly. And so just thank you. It's good to see you and appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Eli Azarian, be followed by Angelina Cook, then Nathaniel Kane.
Good afternoon, board and chairman and staff and members of the public. My name is Eli Asarian with Riverbend Sciences. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation. I've been studying the rivers in the Klamath Basin for over 20 years, and based on that, I'd like to offer the following recommendation. Emphasizing two key points. The first point would be that I really think we need more than one compliance point in each river, because that one gauge at the outlet of each valley is not going to protect the biological hotspots of the key spawning and rearing areas. And it's only by protecting those hotspots that we'll get better outcomes. Some specific examples is in the Shasta Valley, Parks Creek is the main spawning habitat for coho salmon. And in the fall, you can have great flows at the mouth of the Shasta River, but Parks Creek can still be almost fully diverted and salmon aren't able to get into there to spawn. This also applies to rearing for juvenile salmon, such as the coho that are in there all summer. So they need that cold water to make it through the long, hot summer. In Shasta River, that rearing habitat is at various springs. And most of those springs are diverted using either really senior water rights or they are partially depleted by groundwater pumping. And so there's been only limited curtailments of those in recent years. I've been studying Big Springs Creek, and there's evidence of long-term declines in the production of the spring flows there due to increased groundwater extraction and less groundwater recharge from the lining of canals. And in fact, in this past July 2025, the temperatures at the mouth of Big Springs Creek were the warmest since 2008. And that was before the cattle exclusion fencing went in. So it's really a troubling sign there, and emphasizing why it's important to take into account the effects of groundwater pumping on surface flows at the springs. So if we want to have healthy coho salmon populations, we have to protect the flow in those springs. And the best way to do that is to set flow criteria that are specifically for those springs, not just at the valley outlet downstream. This also applies to the Scott Valley, where there are important hotspots for, say, salmon juvenile rearing through the summer in key tributaries, as well as areas where there's high groundwater levels. Then that contributes cold water to the river. So that's my first point, is need more than one compliance gauge. Second point is that we need more variability in the flow criteria. And that is most importantly to have higher flows in high flow years than in low flow years. And this could be either done by having water year types like wet years, dry years, or ideally it would be some type of scaling of the unimpaired flows that would sort of happen in real time. Benefits of this is that you have those good high flow years, it gives the fish population a chance to build up so that then when the lean years come, they have that strength and resilience to make it through. And it's also, I think, more fair. It shares having higher flows and high flow years. It sort of shares the abundance of those high flow years between the river and the out of stream uses, and also shares the pain of the droughts. Kind of puts everyone all together. It's also really important that we have something that looks more like a natural hydrograph, so that the organisms that live in the river, like the fish, they're evolved to deal with this variability of high flows and high flow years, low flows and low flow years, flows that spike when there's a storm, the flow smoothly recedes through the summer as we get into the fall, and everything is cued in on those, or evolved to deal with those cues. So we need something that looks more like a natural hydrograph rather than a static stair step where you get the same flow every year, every month. Similar to a heart rate, if the river has a pulse, and if the pulse is not right, you're not going to be healthy. So the purpose of these regulations is to improve the fish populations, right? And so we can get better outcomes if we do have more than one compliance point for each river, and to move away from those static stair-step monthly flows that are the same for every year. Those are my two main points. I'll just touch real briefly here on, I appreciated Board Members Diadamo's comment on the need for public involvement and input in these modeling efforts. Now I would point out on specifically the groundwater surface water model in the Shasta and the accompanying temperature modeling effort, I think has really been kind of done in a little bit of a vacuum, or at least I could say there could be a lot better job done of involving people from outside. So I think the more people that we get involved in that process, the sooner it's going to end up with a better, more useful product. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Azarian. Really appreciate those great comments and contributions here. Just thank you. Really appreciate your time and work here with the tribe.
Sorry, I can't hear you if you're talking to me.
just thanking you and just really appreciate it. All right, next I'd like to get to Angelina Cook, and then be followed by Nathaniel Kane, and then Amber Jameson.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Hello. We can, thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you. Likewise. My name is Angelina Cook, and I'm a restoration associate with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. I'm based in Siskiyou County. I'm grateful for this opportunity to learn more about how the Water Board is negotiating permanent in-stream flows for the Shasta and Scott rivers. The scientific basis for recovery flows capable of supporting a harvestable surplus of fish has been deeply studied and continues to be refined by very sharp minds. I was concerned about the statement that Scott flows never drop below emergency requirements due to improved groundwater conditions. I took a field trip with the regional board and the Quartz Valley tribe just a few weeks ago and saw prime spawning habitat completely dry upstream from the confluence of Shackleford and the Scott Mainstem, which was also dry and disconnected. I think this underlines the point that Eli just made. I think Nick also said something about the need for multiple compliance points and additional gauges to be located in strategic reaches of the watershed. The economic arguments supporting recovery of a keystone species, on the other hand, are not well studied, less well known, and in my mind, far more compelling. I was hoping to have some material to base my comments on, but that did not occur, so I'm going to wing it. From a purely monetary perspective, the economic consequences of salmon decline vastly outweigh the limited benefits from alfalfa and cattle productivity. The closure of California's commercial salmon fishery for an unprecedented 3 years in a row has devastated coastal fishing villages, depleted revenues generated by guide services and recreation tourism accommodations, disconnected tribes from their cultural heritage, and further deprived tribes and residents of physical health from affordable access to animal protein and prime source of essential fatty acids. All of this in exchange for a handful of large landowners to divert or pump excessive amounts of water for irrigating commodities, mostly slated for export, which, unlike fish, do not generate multiplier effects for local communities. From the less tangible perspective of cultural values and ecosystem services, there is simply no substitute for anadromous fish. There are substitutes for alfalfa and cattle, but there is no substitute for the numerous benefits provided freely to human and natural communities from salmon. From fertilizing healthy forests with marine-derived nutrients, to feeding over 100 species that together comprise biodiversity, to decreasing incidence of diabetes, heart disease, and obesity, this species bestows tremendous wealth among regions when appreciated, protected, and respected. My recommendation, therefore, with this economic analysis is that it contains a full cost accounting of the benefits and costs of salmon recovery. I also recommend that you take care to ensure that sustainable agricultural alternatives to current practices are cost effective for ranchers so that necessary adjustments continue to sustain their livelihoods. Finally, engage advocates, tribes, scientists, and fishing communities meaningfully so that we can assist with monitoring and implementation of AB 263 and subsequent flow requirements. Together, we must demonstrate that fish and farms can coexist when managed equitably. Hopefully, this will generate the political will necessary to restore the historic abundance of this incredibly benevolent species. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you as well for yours and continued contributions, Ms. Cook. Next, I'd like to call up Nathaniel Kane, be followed by Amber Jameson, and then Maddie Richards.
Good afternoon. I think we're afternoon. Chair Escobar, members of the board. Is the mic on, I think?
My name is Nathaniel Kane. I'm here on behalf of the Karuk Tribe, Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, Institute for Fisheries Resources, and Environmental Law Foundation. These are the groups that petitioned this board for permanent flow protections in 2023. I've been up here, I've spoken to this board a number of times on the need for urgent action on flows in the Scott and the Shasta. But here's the difference. Now we have a ticking clock. The legislature has passed and the governor has signed AB 263 that we've heard a lot about. We have 5 years to get permanent rules for the Scott and the Shasta on flows done. I also want to point out that the legislature, in passing that bill, pointed out that California has a responsibility to protect the ecosystems and the people that rely on those ecosystems, on these species. It recognized the severe economic impact from fisheries closures, recognized the governor's salmon strategy calls for minimum flows in the Scott and the Shasta, and that the tribes on the North Coast were not at the table when the water allocation decisions on these rivers were made by this board and the courts. Now, I've been involved in enough administrative processes in front of this board and other boards to know that there is no guarantee of getting something of this magnitude done in 5 years. So we strongly advocate that this board give clear direction to staff to begin the work not only on the scientific basis and economic impact reports, but also setting the goal of adopting flow measures themselves within this 5-year period. Achieving a lasting, effective flow protection is going to take work. It's going to take project management, and it's going to take the support of this board. And I think that you all are up to it, but I want to see it happen. At the same time, the other thing that's changed since maybe the last time I was here is that we now have a free-flowing Klamath River. And we've seen Chinook, as we heard from CDFW, make it all the way into the interior of Oregon. Those fish were born in a dammed river and are coming home to more potential habitat and better water quality than their ancestors have seen in more than a century. We need the Scott and the Shasta to act as the batteries to supercharge this recovery, and we need water in those rivers to do it. And we've seen the flow minimums that we've had in place for the last few years do real work. Let's not lose sight of this board's accomplishments in putting minimum flows in place during the last drought and over the last several years, and keeping those in place through the passage of AB 263. So we've seen stronger flows in the Scott. We've seen better reconnection in the fall. We've seen this summer, for the first time, having flows above the minimums all summer. And remember, before these regs were in place, starting just a few years ago, even in wet years, we had long dry stretches of the Scott. We had the Shasta down to maybe 7 CFS in the summer. So these regs have been effective in maintaining a certain baseline level of water in these rivers. And we're seeing, as we heard from CDFW, a good amount of Chinook coming back. And the first, we had 7 coho in the Scott. I want to talk quickly about the economic basis report and the scientific report. We appreciate in the economic impact report the broad look at economic impacts, but I just need to point out that we need to acknowledge that impacts to tribes from the destruction of these fisheries over the last century plus can never be fully addressed in an economic impact report. We're talking about health impacts, mental health impacts, and also religious and cultural values that is simply not reducible to a dollar value. And I think I'm sure that staff is going to incorporate that into the report. On the scientific basis side, I'm encouraged by the expansion of the range of considerations that go into considering what we mean by baseline minimum. I think that's it sounds like we're thinking a little bit more broadly than pure belly scraping flows. And I think that broadening of what is meant by baseline flows is consistent with the board's direction in the resolution that was passed last year. To begin to sum up, we need to move to make these flows permanent. We cannot go backwards and get to 2031 and return to a world where the Scott goes dry every year and the Shasta gets down to 5 or 7 or 8 CFS. I don't think that an annual update schedule is frequent enough to keep this process moving. I'm really encouraged that it sounds like we're going to get something to look at early next year and have public comment on that. So I hope to come back here either in written or in person form to keep this moving. And then we need to make these flows as scientifically robust and effective as possible. But we also need to get it done in 5 years. So we asked the board to give specific direction to staff to start work on these actual rules. And I just want to close by noting the enormous amount of work that this board and CDFW and all the stakeholders in the region have put into this effort over the last several years. We really, really appreciate the work. We really look forward to working with staff over the next 5 years to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kane. I appreciate those comments and agree that there's a tremendous sense of urgency here. We have a clock, it's ticking, and we know how long and complex these processes are. And so just appreciate the again, emphasis on needing to get this done. I completely agree. When it comes to just, process, look forward to what I know is, hopefully a continued meeting of the minds across folks here in the watershed. And so just thanks. Really appreciate your continued contributions here. Next, I'd like to call up Amber Jameson, followed by Maddie Richards, and then Craig Tucker.
Hi there. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. My name is Amber Jameson, and I am the Water Advocacy Director for the Environmental Protection Information Center. I live in Soames Bar, just above Ishipishi Falls, so we still occasionally can see folks, doing their traditional fishing down there. But I can't imagine what it would have been like, decades ago when you could walk across the river on the backs of salmon. So I really hope that we can get to that point at some time in the future or closer to that point. And I want to thank the Water Board staff and CDFW and the Farm Bureau and everybody for the presentations today and for the significant work that's been underway and the collaboration that you guys have all done with all of the stakeholders. And I especially am glad to see the inclusion of multiple implementation scenarios, including those that consider the benefits to fish and wildlife and increased salmonid populations as kind of a goal is something that we really appreciate seeing. So I'm concerned that the framework, though, still centers heavily on baseline minimum flows. And I just want to ensure that we avoid, any irreversible ecological harm and that we, get these salmonids above depensation thresholds where they've been kind of hovering for quite some time. I would urge the board to include flow scenarios that are designed to support recovery targets, not just a baseline persistence, and clarify goals and objectives for salmon populations and habitat targets and the scientific basis report that is supportive of endangered species population recovery, with minimum thresholds that would allow for adaptive management if populations or flow targets are not met. Also, just like Eli and Regina were saying, I believe it is incredibly important to ensure that there's variable water types so that we share not only in drought seasons, but in the wet years. It's really important to have those rivers scoured so that we can get rid of all of that, the algae that forms, and as well as have, strengthened populations in wetter water years. And so we can kind of get through those drier years. I want to make sure that we recognize the costs of salmon population declines and extinction trends in the economic analysis, especially for downriver communities and future generations. And I'd like to ensure that if the Water Board considers any consolidation of oversight as was recommended by the Farm Bureau, that any such framework is developed collaboratively with all of the stakeholders so that we're not left with the fox guarding the henhouse. We just want to ensure that recovery flow studies are being developed, that the in-stream flow recommendation, the studies that are being developed by Friends of the Shasta are considered in the scientific and economic study reports, especially if there's any major inconsistencies with what the Water Board has done in their reports. I know that, when we were at a meeting recently at the Scott Shasta WDR hearing, that the North Coast Water Board said that they would consider delaying the entire WDR process because the irrigators requested to have hearings to not have hearings during the irrigation season. So, I would appreciate if the state board would extend that kind of, allowance for, in scientific basis report. Also, I just want to thank you again for all of your efforts, and I continue to look forward to working together to ensure that these vital watersheds support both resilient communities and recovering fisheries. And I just want to make sure that we get this right. So thank you for all your work thus far, and I look forward to seeing strengthened protections for the salmonids that depend on these watersheds.
Thank you, Ms. Jameson. Really appreciate those comments and your contributions and time here to the board. Next, I'd like to call up Maddie Richards, be followed by Craig Tucker, then Eli Scott, and our last commenter will be Brooke Thompson.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I guess now. My name is Maddie Richards, and I work for California Coastkeeper Alliance. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today, and I also just want to thank everyone who's given a presentation today. It's been a pleasure to learn from you all and to hear from the earlier commenters. As you've heard from others today, since the board adopted its resolution in October of last year, AB 263 was enacted, which extends the emergency regulations adopted for the Scott and Shasta watersheds until either permanent rules regarding long-term in-stream flow requirements are adopted, or for 5 years, whichever comes first. And this moment provides an opportunity for the board to seize on the momentum that many stakeholders have been building throughout the years and to take decisive action during this time. However, as others have mentioned, 5 years is really not a long time, and the emergency regulations, which AB 263 extends, were never intended to be a long-term sustainable solution. What the board decides now will influence what the fish are left with at the end of those 5 years. And in order to make progress for these watersheds a reality, we need a clearly defined goal and steps with an identified schedule to keep moving forward toward that goal. As part of such a goal, I'm asking the board to direct staff to identify permanent flow protections as a stated objective as opposed to a potential outcome of the work that is presently being done. And to that end, I also want to emphasize that choosing a goal of setting permanent protective in-stream flows does not foreclose the board from taking other action. Choosing one management tool for improving flows doesn't prevent the board from using other authority to authorize supplemental actions. I urge the board to ensure that any work that's currently being done is transferable to a long-term solution that is ultimately supportive of fish and ecosystem health, and to decide on a course of meaningful action to support California's priorities with respect to salmon recovery and to fulfill the board's public trust duties. Thank you again to everyone for all of the work that you've been doing on this issue and for the opportunity to comment today.
And thank you for those comments, Ms. Richards. I really appreciate seeing you here, and thanks for the contributions. Next, I'd like to call up Craig Tucker, be followed by Eli Scott, and then Brooke Thompson. Okay, apologies, Mr. Tucker. I think we lost you here with timing, and so, but I do appreciate your contributions here, still nonetheless. Next, I'd like to call up Eli Scott, be followed then by Brooke Thompson. Thanks for being here with us.
Yeah,
Good to
no
see you.
problem. I'm reading off my phone, which I don't prefer to do, so I'll do my best. So first off, Chair Esquivel, members of the board, my name's Eli Scott. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, serving as the Scott and Shasta Watershed Steward. As I always say, that's a lot of words. First, I want to say I've been coordinating closely with your staff for 5 years on the emergency regulations, then before that with respect to water rights in both watersheds. And they're just incredibly talented, very bright public servants. And so thank you for the opportunity to work with them. It's been really great, and I look forward to working with them in the future. And kind of in the spirit of my favorite Bernie Sanders meme, I'm once again asking you to consider water quality. So to provide that context, I just want to remind everyone that the Shasta's impaired for dissolved oxygen and temperature, and the Scott's impaired for temperature, biostimulatory conditions, and excess fine sediment. And those temperature impairments are driven in part by flow. So I think I said that last time, but I want to speak specifically to the Shasta River temperature, TMDL, and its aligned goals with the long-term flow setting effort. That is the baseline support for minimum subsistence level fishery conditions in the Shasta River watershed for all life histories, all life history stages of salmonids. You know, a TMDL, as you are aware, is the result of a scientifically based and peer-reviewed process that quantifies the maximum pollutant load a water body can assimilate to minimally support beneficial uses and attain water quality standards. The Shasta River temperature TMDL was developed to address three primary drivers of the temperature impairment in the Shasta watershed. One is lack of riparian shade. One is tailwater return flows, and most importantly, cold water from high volume springs in the Shasta River. In looking at the cold water flow in the temperature TMDL, we called in our basin plan for a flow increase to achieve specific temperature reductions at designated compliance locations. And to achieve that TMDL allocation, we included a flow recommendation of 45 CFS of cold water flow from the Big Springs complex. This temperature TMDL allocation and flow recommendation was based on a robust flow and temperature model, historic flow records, and the water quality standards the Shasta River must meet to minimally support salmonid life histories. That flow recommendation of 45 CFS amounts to a total flow from the Big Springs complex of 112 CFS. And staff's best professional judgment at the time of the TMDL development and my best professional judgment now is that the most straightforward way to implement this flow recommendation is to ensure this water flows from the mouth of Big Springs Creek. This is an action that's included in our TMDL action plan, and that's adopted language in our basin plan. This flow recommendation, just to really emphasize it, does not represent watershed scale recovery for salmonid species. It only supports baseline attainment of water quality standards and represents approximately 30% of the bare minimum assimilative capacity for heat in the Shasta River. The TMDL also acknowledges that implementing the flow recommendation is an action outside of the North Coast Board's direct control as a regulatory agency, and the responsibility to implement it lies with diverters and as a backstop, the Division of Water Rights. So I look forward to continuing to support the efforts of the Division of Water Rights through my collaboration with staff and our continued close coordination to ensure the scientific basis report and long-term flow studying efforts are based on the best available science to support fishery needs and water quality. So that was my written one. Also, just to speak to coordination in the watersheds, you know, with the WDR development that I've been spearheading and leading, we've developed a technical advisory group that includes division staff, it includes the Farm Bureau, it includes CDFW, a lot of other stakeholders, and, you know, speaking to the coordination around monitoring, that's something that we've been looking at very closely, and we're very interested in making that happen through the coalition. I think that tag is a really great place to start the coordination you all were talking about. And kind of move that effort forward. So those are my comments. I'm happy to answer any questions. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Really appreciate you being here with us and really appreciate the recommendation and flag of sort of ongoing similar work already happening when it comes to the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program and the work there. Obviously, you're going to be an important linchpin to all this coordination work on the regional board side. And so just thank you for the leadership you've already demonstrated, for the engagement, and for, you know, your commitment, and I know what will be a lot more of that similar work. So just thank you.
Yep.
Really appreciate you being here. Okay, next we have our final commenter, Brooke M. Thompson. It's really good to see you, Brooke.
It's
How
nice
have you been?
to see you too. My name is Brooke M. Thompson. I'm just here representing myself, but I have a BS in civil engineering, a master's in environmental engineering with a focus on water resources and hydrology, and I'm currently a PhD student at UC Santa Cruz in environmental studies, focusing on environmental justice, traditional ecological knowledge, salmon life pathway history, specifically with Chinook salmon, and restoration theory in California. I also was previously a OEMA intern. And yeah, I just wanted to maybe have like less formal comments, but just as someone who's from the Yurok and Karuk tribes, Yurok and Rolled, who lives along the Klamath River, just wanted to emphasize how, one, there's a lot of talk about economics and just that besides the loss of fishing revenue from someone like me who used to be a commercial fisher and has not been able to, and actually was only able to pay for my school supplies and clothes through commercial fishing growing up on the Klamath River, but also through the health impacts that are less obvious in doing typical assessments, because seeing the rates of diabetes, heart disease, cardiovascular disease, and obesity increase in the area that has correlation with the decline in salmon population, I think that's a cost that all California taxpayers have to hold on their shoulders, despite being kind of secondly connected towards the river water quality and the salmon population. But for that to be taken into consideration, also something that's, I know, difficult to create measurements for as a researcher, but I haven't heard the decline in mental health that's also been associated with the loss of salmon in the Klamath River, especially for tribal members or just those who live along the river. Since I have been doing research on the Klamath, I have seen time and time again people relate the water quality and having abundance of salmon directly relate to their depression and ability to self-regulate. So, and also connection to culture and cultural loss that comes with loss of salmon. I also wanted to just emphasize how I like what people were bringing up when it comes to different water years and creating flow plans based on abundance versus minimums that we're going to increasingly see with climate change, as I'm sure you all know. And just as a observer and someone who maybe is a little bit naive in her 20s, I would love to see not only baseline flows, but ideal flows for salmon that not only include abundance as an outcome, but quality of salmon, because it's one thing to have a large population returning of salmon, but I also want to make sure that they're genetically diverse and healthy, because that will help in long-term sustainability when it comes to climate change. And yeah, I think as, again, someone who's young and naive, it can be hard to not see a clear picture of where it comes to where I hope we eventually get to salmon abundance, or at least a percentage of return of what it was like in my grandfather's era. But it feels like we're constantly fighting for the baseline flows and baseline minimum survival needs. And even if that's not doable within the next even decade, I would love to see just planning start to happen towards what would it even look like to have an idealized flow for these salmon? What would ideal temperature conditions be, etc., or nutrient loads, instead of just the minimum to keep them alive. And yeah, just that I really appreciate a lot of the comments that were said previously, a lot of the statements I agree with that were said about, again, the baseline flows for different water years, understanding the complexities of economics and doing an assessment, and that I understand that a lot of this will be maybe complicated, not give direct outputs, but to at least consider it. And also, just as a final statement, I would like, and this is like a personal pet peeve, but just maybe moving around in official language around from the term stakeholder to interested parties or affected parties, just because there is a colonial history with that terminology. And also, tribes hold such a specific relevance in a lot of these discussions, considering our historical placement and cultural placement when it comes to decisions around salmon and water quality, that if that could just be a future consideration that's looked into for changing language in the future, I would appreciate it. But yeah, thank you for all your hard work. I follow you guys on media and what you're doing, even if you don't see me in the meeting. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for all you're doing for water in California.
The thanks goes back, Ms. Thompson, and I follow you as well. And so am very appreciative of the great leadership that you continue to exemplify. And it's not naive at all to be wanting and advocating for more here. And so just thank you for your comments, your good comments and contributions here and considerations. And on the note, especially around the word stakeholder, it's not one that I use. I think it's something that we should make sure we strike from anything we're saying here. So just appreciate that and many, many thanks. All right. Just a lot of appreciation. Again, we've heard, every time we convene here around the Scott and Shasta, I feel like we learn more, we get closer here to a common vision, and just really appreciative of all the efforts that have gone into bringing us to where we are right now. And to Mr. Kane, your point about, once a year is not maybe going to be suitable for, update. I do, encourage our folks to, and I think in this next year, especially as we've noted in the next, 6 months of the next year, looking to release those drafts, it will be an important point to circle back with the board and start to figure out what the policy direction is, as you saw on the kind of menu of the various approaches that we could possibly take to then implement what it is that we develop as the basis of information, scientific and economic and otherwise, for the board's decision making. And so I think it'll be important for us to take that moment, circle back, and start to get some clarity on what the path might be, because we will have to be pretty explicit of what that timeline of activity looks like over the next 5 years, what it is that we're aiming for when it comes to the regulatory tool that the board is going to use, and want to be as explicit as we can with that as soon as we can, because if we wait a year or two, it may be too late at that point. So I encourage us to, yes, we will circle back. It's, at a minimum, the legislation has us coming back every year. We will definitely add into there the discussions that we're needing to have in order to move this process along urgently in the next 5 years. And for folks, listening in who are maybe new to the discussions here in the Scott and Shasta, 5 years may sound like a lot, and it's kind of like, what are these folks going on with? We can do so much in 5 years. We just know that that's the amount of time it's going to take here for us collectively. So best to just be intentional now. With that, looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's anything further, any comments, questions from folks, and then not seeing any, I think we're all hungry. It is 1 o'clock. So we'll end this item here. Thank you everyone for, again, the contributions and discussion. We will be coming back here soon. Let's go ahead and have an hour lunch break, or let's give ourselves 45 minutes for a lunch, and then we will continue on to our fund expenditure plan discussion with the Division of Drinking Water. All right. See you all here at 1:30-ish, 1:40? 1:40 sounds good. We will see you here at 1:40. Thank you, everyone. We'll continue on after lunch.
Yeah, no.
All right, everyone. It is 1:45. Apologies, we're about 5 minutes late from when we said we'd start. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We are now returning to item number 5, which is a discussion on our fund expenditure plan for the safe, the drinking water fund expenditure plan. Good to see you all. Good morning or afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Jasmine Oaxaca, Supervising Engineer in our Office of Sustainable Water Solutions in the Division of Financial Assistance. To my right is one of our Assistant Deputy Directors, Kristen Abold, and then to my left, Lauren Marshall from the Office of Chief Counsel. So today we have before you for your consideration the fiscal year 2025-26 fund expenditure plan for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, which is part of the broader Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience, or SAFER program, as many of you are well aware. And before I move on, I did want to recognize and acknowledge our team and our colleagues across the Division of Financial Assistance, the Division of Drinking Water, the Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs, OPEDA, and of course our Office of Chief Counsel as well. Next, please. So to start off, I'll go over a couple of high-level updates between the version that was posted for public comment on June 30th and the one we have before you today. And then additionally, I'll be going over a summary of those comments and resulting revisions later in the presentation. Next. This figure shows available funding for this fiscal year for the SAFER program more broadly as of June 30th for a total of $1.32 billion. As a reminder, this includes all funding sources available for drinking water projects. The most flexible of them is the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund itself, but it also includes the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, general obligation bonds like the recent Prop 4, the older Prop 1 and 68, and other funding from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, as well as funding available for small disadvantaged communities to address emerging contaminants. And then I did want to note that since June 30th, we do have a number of items in the works, which include over $130 million in pending technical assistance amendments. We have a round 5 about to begin for the expedited drinking water grant program, which would provide funding for over 30 projects, totaling over $330 million. And then also wanted to note about $24 million in pending regional program amendments for programs that we have for domestic well communities. Next, please. This slide shows a minor update that was made to our SAFER funding priorities. All the priorities are intended to focus our work on small disadvantaged communities and low-income households. So the 4th text box here was revised slightly to indicate that the state board will continue funding existing programs to support communities served by domestic wells, noting that in this case where other assistance is not available. Next, please. This slide shows a few updates to the targets for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund specifically. Since the draft version, there's a lot of information there, but did want to highlight that we did increase the technical assistance target based on incoming demand and amendments that are in process. We slightly increased the operation and maintenance assistance target based on new information on the demand for that program. And then to accommodate these, that meant a decrease in construction funding target for public water systems that are failing from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. Again, although we do have other funding sources to accommodate the broader demand in this area. We also expanded the pilots line item to include both continued work on the point of use, point of entry pilot, but also a new regional operator pilot that is in development. And then we also added about $150,000 for a media relations contract. Next, please. And this slide shows the updates that I mentioned in the previous slide, but in the context of the broader SAFER program funding targets. So again, the increases are towards technical assistance, O&M, with associated decrease to the construction target. But as you can see, there is a broader, another several $100,000 there for construction anticipated, which we are able to meet with our other funding sources. Next, please. So this next section of the presentation will be focused on the summary of comments and then the resulting revisions. So again, the draft FEP was released for a 30-day public comment period on June 30th, 2025. During that comment period, we had 2 public meetings, a board workshop on July 15th and a SAFER advisory group meeting on July 17th. And additionally, DFA staff did host a few informational sessions for interested parties in early July. And then we did receive a total of 9 comment letters to the FEP from the entities listed here. Next, please. So the following slides, I'll go over a summary of the themes of comments received. For interim assistance, commenters recommended flexibility or removal of the proposed 2-year limit on interim assistance, especially in situations where a community is working towards a consolidation. For technical assistance, it was recommended that planning via TA be separated out more from capacity development type TA. There was a desire for more input on TA milestones and criteria, and also a request to remove references to TA provider capacity in the text. Related to the domestic well state small water system strategy, which is new to the fund expenditure plan this year, commenters requested that educational and outreach components be incorporated into that strategy. Next, please. For metrics and methodology, it was recommended that our metrics be clarified and improved. For program coordination, it was recommended that the state board continue to improve our coordination with local mitigation efforts and also continue collaboration with local funding partners. And then related to equity and engagement, it was recommended that the FEP have a stronger equity lens more broadly. And then it was also recommended that we continue to enhance our engagement and the participation of the SAFER advisory group members in setting funding priorities and targets. And then I do want to note here on these last 2 items, since these aren't directly addressed in the fund expenditure plan text, but these are, of course, items that both the Division of Financial Assistance and then OPIDA will continue to work on. Next. So these last slides summarize the key changes to the fund expenditure plan. The highlighted items indicate changes that were made in response to comments. So in general, we did bring tables, figures, and associated text current through June 30th. for new information related to funding committed and funding anticipated for the fiscal year. And then for the fiscal year 2025-26 fund target allocations for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, as mentioned earlier in the presentation, the most significant changes were to technical assistance, operation and maintenance, and then a resulting decrease for the construction target. For the domestic well state small water system strategy, in response to comments, this was updated to incorporate education and outreach, and also to indicate that an implementation plan would be worked towards this coming year. Next, please. For interim assistance, in response to comments received, the text was updated to clarify that while there is an expectation of service duration for up to 2 years, extensions may be considered, especially in cases where consolidation is being pursued. And then text was also clarified to note that any references made to alternative compliance or mitigation programs are not intended to expand or change those programs as they are being administered. For technical assistance, in response to comments received, text was updated to clarify that the steps that were shown are typical for planning via TA, but may not always occur in every situation. And then I did want to note for our TA program that DFA staff are already working closely with TA providers to conduct a thorough review of the program, and we will solicit comments and feedback and come up with evaluation criteria and areas for improvement. Next, please. For the planning and construction funding criteria section for public water systems, the text was copied over from the Drinking Water State Revolving Funds Intended Use Plan, which defines these criteria. This was adopted by the board on August 19th. And then language was also added to note that the FEP defers to the intended use plan related to planning and construction projects, but also gives DFA's deputy director discretion to approve projects otherwise consistent with the FEP and statute. And then lastly, for metrics and methodology, in response to comments received, we did make minor clarifications as to what certain measures were capturing, and those are included in the appendix. Next. So at this time, we can take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate the great work that's gone in, as Ed does every year, and ensuring that our fund expenditure plan continues to iterate on what is just a critical program. And just seeing that number of, again, not just the safe and affordable fund dollars, but that broader kind of bucket of dollars that are available for these projects grow each year has been great. Although concern, and as I think we all know, that when it comes to at least the bipartisan infrastructure law dollars, even some of the general fund supplementation that we've been receiving, that is due to run out in the coming years. So it's good to see that number. And I think, ultimately for me, it notes that we also won't necessarily be seeing those numbers and have really an important opportunity to maximize those investments now as well and continue to advocate for what we know are additional resources. So just thanks for all the refinement and work that's gone on there. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions or comments off the bat, and we do have some commenters as well. Looking to Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. And I'm mostly interested in comments, but just want to recognize the good revisions and listening that I think staff did in this process. And also acknowledge that this is the first time we have a state small and domestic wells strategy. And it's the beginning. It's a recognition that these are things that we need to, that are priorities, but also I think helps flesh out that there's a lot of questions still about how we move forward in this area of work. And so I look forward to the implementation plans and work that are needed to kind of flesh out that strategy. And I think there's good momentum here, good input, good direction, but interested in comments and appreciate everyone's work on this.
Thank you, board member. Not seeing any further comment. I believe we have listed just two commenters. 1 second. I thought we had a few more, but first we'll call up Angela Islas, be followed by Kaya Rivers. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Good to see you all in person. Angela Islas with Central California Environmental Justice Network. Long day. I brought about 4 residents that are around the Perry Colony area that I hope that are able to make public comment, but also will need support with translation. At least 2. So I'll be able to translate. Is that?
Oh, if you can, yes.
Yeah,
thank
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry. We hadn't prepared for translation services. That's
I
fine.
know.
If you can, yeah, no, sorry about that.
Didn't
Thank
think
you.
ahead.
No, it's all
But
right. Well, thank
no.
you for bringing folks in, and no worry about like signing up their names individually. Folks can just introduce themselves as they come up to the podium then.
Okay,
And it's
perfect.
good to see you. Thank you.
Well, yeah, no, thank you so much again. I'm really grateful for the staff for these updates, and obviously seconding Member Firestone on considering domestic wells and small state water systems as part of a priority under the FEP. I also want to just acknowledge that, I want to leave the comments to the Perry Colony residents to be able to really kind of give you all the experiences, both, the successes and challenges still with emergency services that are being offered under the FEP. But I am here also to stand in solidarity with 2 communities in the West Fresno County area, which is the city of San Joaquin, as well as the community of 5 Points. Those 2 communities are facing high contamination exceedances. 5 Points is with byproduct disinfectant, and San Joaquin is with high manganese. So both of these communities are underway with safer funds, and there's some great traction with the safer funds being able to get them to the long-term solution. But I think the short-term solution is still a massive challenge. I think that there can be further discussions about how we tackle these 2 different contaminants. I know they're not primary contaminants, but a lot of these communities are still needing to struggle with how to short-term have access to safe drinking water. I know that the county is, sort of in like a ping pong on how exactly to provide that, but I think we still have to have that conversation about how do we get short-term with these 2 systems in order for them to feel comfortable enough to see the long-term where they actually have access to safe drinking water. I'm so happy to just, be able to connect with staff and, get some of these like experiences from the residents to show you that, this is still sort of a battle, for some folks to feel confident that they'll get to have safe access to drinking water, but in the short term, they're still needing to drink, brown contaminated water and, byproduct disinfectant contaminated water. All this thing is just, I'm wanting to make sure to elevate that we still need to have that really thorough conversation about how to get actual short-term services with these types of systems. So again, acknowledging that this was still very, it's a coordination for us to see, where the funding goes. But again, just extremely appreciative that you're considering small state water systems and domestic wells under the plan. Thanks.
Well, really appreciate your advocacy across it. And to your point on, them being secondary contaminants, as you know, within our program, we don't distinguish insofar as, if you're even failing secondary criteria, you're still a failing system. Because even if, it's not a primary, health concern, no one is going to be drinking brown, dirty water. So just really appreciate all that work and look forward to hearing from the residents. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Kaya, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kai Rivers. I'm a senior policy advocate at Community Water Center. We work with communities across the Central Coast and the Central Valley that all have unsafe drinking water. First, I'd like to thank the State Water Board for the continued partnership through the SAFER program, which is helping to make safe water a reality for our communities. Specifically, we appreciate the revision in the FEP, which removed the proposed 2-year cap for interim solutions if these communities are a part of a long-term solution, as long-term solutions can take years to implement, as we know. This revision will ensure that households will continue to have access to safe drinking water until a long-term solution is developed. Furthermore, we also appreciate the board's acknowledgement that there are limited well drillers in the state, which may delay the timeline for households to replace their wells. We are glad to see that the FEP allows homes to continue to receive bottled water and interim solutions as they wait for their new well to be replaced, even if this extends past 2 years. We also appreciate the board's revision, which removes the requirement for households to meet low-income criteria to participate in bottled water programs for water systems under 1,000 connections or 1,000 people. Furthermore, it's critical that the State Water Board consider equity when developing metrics and milestones for TA projects. For many reasons, including distance and political climate, it may be harder, if not impossible, for projects in EJ communities to meet the same criteria and milestones as other projects. For example, while projects must be community-led, requiring 30% of the community to provide written support or interest for a project before conducting a feasibility study causes barriers to progress on the ground right now. It's important for community members to have all the information needed before they can decide if they support a project. We recommend that the criteria for moving on to the next TA step be removed and instead TA providers be encouraged to proactively move projects forward where they can also simultaneously overcome barriers such as resistant consolidation partners, which is very prevalent in the types of projects that we work on. Had similar criteria to those proposed in the current FEP been applied to Springfield, a community which just began construction this year, that project would still likely be years away from construction and may not have moved forward at all. Furthermore, we urge the board to continue to prioritize domestic well projects. Thanks to the leadership of the board, the community of Springfield is now groundbreaking for construction. And we urge the State Water Board to continue support for similar domestic well projects for additional communities that would otherwise be left without a safe water solution. We look forward to celebrating more groundbreakings with you all. We also look forward to continue the work through the SAFER program as we work forward towards safe drinking water for all. Thank you so much for your time and appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Rivers. Both obviously here, but all the time that's put in outside of the board meetings to continue to advocate, drive this work, and appreciate the good feedback here on the fund expenditure plan and continued engagement. And you're here to continue groundbreakings and ribbon cutting. So thank you. All right, Ms. Islas. And thank you again. I know the day has gone long on our previous items, and so just really appreciate everyone being here.
Gracias a todos por escucharnos y venimos de Fresno, California. Vivimos en el condado y lamentablemente nos quedamos sin agua hace como 2 años y gracias a una compañía nos están dando agua, pero queremos que nos den alguna solución y
Yeah. So he just, this is Fray Argueta. He lives in the community of Perry Colony in West Fresno County. He just wants to thank the opportunity for being here in person to comment He has been a resident that has had no water in his private well for about 2 years. And he has come here today to just, ask for more better solutions for his community.
Y queremos, siempre nosotros hemos apoyado a las personas que siempre van preguntando si somos ciudadanos americanos. Nosotros decimos que sí, siempre fue Joaquín Arámbula, asambleísta de Fresno, la apoyamos a él, dijo cuando yo estoy adentro, yo voy a ayudar. Entró adentro y no supimos de él. Queremos que nos ayuden, por favor. Somos 65 familias que estamos ahí.
So he wanted to just highlight that in the past, they had been seeking legislative support for the community to be able to seek long-term solution to access to drinking water. This was through some of the campaign work around like Joaquin Arambula, for example, being in the community, listening to their concerns around some of the issues they were having with access to drinking water. Unfortunately, like through some of those conversations, he never really saw, or even the community members saw anything move forward. Now that there has been momentum, he, is just here to kind of reiterate still the support that he would like to see from the board to help them with long-term solutions.
So thank you for waiting. Thank you for the times. Okay, for everybody. Okay,
Gracias.
Thank you as well, sir. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Gloria Vázquez.
Good afternoon. My name is Gloria Vasquez.
También vengo de ahí de Fresno.
I also come from Fresno, Perry Colony.
En julio va a ser 3 años que se nos acabó el agua.
In the month of past July, it is about 3 years that our household has had no water.
El problema es de que yo quisiera como una respuesta más que cuándo, porque ya es mucho tiempo.
So for her, she is here to just maybe seek an answer of when we would truly be able to get access to drinking water, because it is now 3 years that I had to not have access to safe drinking water.
Estamos agradecidos con Dios y con ellas de que nos han apoyado y nos están dando agua. Simplemente no nos ajustan. Hay veces que quedamos adentro mojados. Mi esposo tiene que llevar un galón para acabarnos de enjuagar, pero el problema más grande es se va el agua y en el tiempo de calor que ha estado hasta 112 no tenemos aire. Ahí es donde más nos preocupa.
She is sharing concerns around some of the available water that they receive through the services, through Self-Help Enterprises. She's very grateful for those services coming into her community, as well as being grateful for my organization for being active and participating in getting the folks involved and making sure that their services are there. Although it's still a challenge to have access to the available water that's being delivered, because a lot of that water does come and go really quickly within the week. It's not just that we're using it for cooking or for showering. It takes about like a full 5-gallon jug for everybody in the household to be able to shower. But also in extreme heat conditions, as this year, we've hit 112. A lot of the water that they're delivering to us, we have to also consider using that for our swamp cooler, which takes up a lot of gallons. So that's just some of the concerns that we're still having in terms of how much available water we can have to keep our homes safe and our families safe.
Cuando se nos acaba el agua, que es el tiempo de calor, está bien, nos podemos ir a bañar al río sin saber si el agua está contaminada. Pero cuando ya regresamos, que está el calor y no está el aire acondicionado, tenemos que ir a pagar hotel.
So again, she's emphasizing around extreme heat because, for her, she feels like, okay, we can go to the river or we can go to a nearby lake to, just kind of cool ourselves down. But when we come back home, we don't have water to be able to put into the cooler so that we can come home to a cooler home. that's just where the challenges really happen, to where, we don't know how else to gain more excess water to be able to cool our home with the cooler.
Igual que tenemos que ir a lavar a la lavandería. Igual que los carros tenemos que ir a lavarlos si los queremos mirar limpios.
So a lot of lifestyle changes, we want to wash in our home, or we want to wash our laundry in the home. We want to wash our car in our home. But unfortunately, given that we only have a limited amount of water, we always have to travel a certain amount of miles to maybe a nearby laundromat or even to a car wash to be able to clean our cars or even clean our clothes.
Yo tengo como en mi mente, se mete alguien a bañar de los niños y les estoy toque y toque rápido, cierren el agua. Porque sí es muy incómodo estar pensando que van a quedar jabonados adentro.
So again, she's just reiterating about, thinking in her mind the limited amount of water that she has, having to tell her own family to not use a lot of water because then after that they don't have any more.
Muchas gracias por escucharnos y ojalá y pronto tuviéramos una buena respuesta.
So she just wants to thank everyone for listening and hopes that she can get a response to her comments.
Gracias, señora.
So good afternoon. I'm Alejandra Cruz. I'm also a resident of Perry Colony. And for me, it's been a little over 2 years with no water. So the problem is not being able to get a new well. The problem is we've saved up monies for a new well. It's the surrounding areas where we live in farmland, where our wells can only go so deep, but the ranchers go deeper. And I thank you so much for the water you guys and the services you guys do provide, because it is a great help for us. We've had to downsize on a lot of things, because not until you lose the water, you realize how much water you actually use. So we've us on my property, it is 2 families, 1 of 6, 1 of 7. So having to limit the water usage is also stressful. So being able to find a permanent solution to a temporary problem, or this temporary, because the assistance you guys give us, we know it is temporary. A permanent solution would be a great help, because not only has it affected us, our community, it is also slightly starting to affect us physically, because it's like, okay, our nerves, anxiety comes in. Do we have enough water? When will the next shipment come? We have to limit how much water we use in that, because sometimes our deliverer won't give us the full quantity that we have, that we need. So it's like, okay, we have to constantly be checking. And if he arrives, we have to go out there and be sure he gives us the right amount of water. And if we run out of the bottled water, well, we have to travel to go get it. We are not close to the city. We do have to travel. A permanent solution would be nice, even if it's for a couple years, because if we were to dig a new well, the limit of what we are able to go to compared us to the ranchers is a great difference. So yes, they are constantly pumping water, but us, it's like, okay, well, now we have to limit. And for your guys' even consideration with the wells and everything is a great relief, because now we see that it's being heard. Our voices are being heard. So to mimic off what all they have all said, yeah, it's a constant stress. Many of our neighbors are like kind of afraid. They're like, okay, well, what's the use of me speaking up if nothing's getting done? So it's like we're trying to be a small voice. Maybe that'll be something that we know you guys are taking into consideration, and we are so thankful for you guys giving us this moment and this time, because we know there's budgets and limits and everything that you got to, but the fact that even a little bit is coming towards our way is a great help. So yeah, thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And, easily provide time here to hear from you. You traveled a great distance here. You're putting in a lot of time. So really thank you goes back, because your voice here is really critical to our decision making. Quick question actually for our folks. It sounds like, Perry Colony, you guys are all on bottled water deliveries. I know Self-Help also does tanks. And what is the decision making around when You're on both. Okay. So you have a tank and, okay, that's helpful. Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Jimena Cruz Jimenez, and I fully appreciate what you guys have done for us so far with the limited water that we have. To be fully honest, I have technically been afraid of the situation of having limited amount of water in our valley because due to a few of the dry spots around, we've been having more problems like dust storms or if there's a flooding issue, most of it ends up being affected on our part of the land as well. And I'm afraid for our future generations because we wanted to grow up in the same house that our parents wanted to grow up. And if it's a situation of we're limiting ourselves with water, we're not having time to actually clean around the house or clean our cars, clean stuff that is like clothes, that our future generation, like our kids, having to deal with the same issues. So again, I fully appreciate what you guys are doing, and I'm also hoping to get good news. And again, thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is our last commenter.
Oh, no rush at all. And just thank you. Thank you for everyone making the trek up here.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Guadalupe, trabajo para la Red de Justicia Ambiental.
My name is Guadalupe, and I work for Central California Environmental Justice Network. She's our outreach worker.
Solo quisiera reafirmar, nosotros llegamos a esta comunidad para ayudarles con problemas como de educación sobre el humo, sobre el calor, y nos encontramos con un problema más grave que era el agua.
I had been outreaching in this community in the past, I want to say, ¿cuántos años?
Como 3.
The last 3 years, I've been working with this community on other issues related to wildfire prevention as well as pesticide alerts. But within the 3 years that I have been working with this community, there was a larger problem that became known to us, which was the water issue in their community.
Y solamente quisiera informarles que cuando llegamos a esta comunidad y vimos el gran problema del agua, nos sorprendió y de alguna manera quisimos ayudarles.
Upon our arrival, we definitely were very shocked about hearing the issue with many wells going dry. And so we knew that there was something that we felt like we couldn't really do, but we didn't want to abandon this community. We did our best to be able to figure out who to turn to be able to support with services of any kind.
Y solo me gustaría que imaginaran cómo las familias racionan y reutilizan el agua. La utilizan para bañarse y esa misma agua la utilizan para sus servicios de baño. Entonces, todo es limitado, todo.
So she's reiterating just the comments that were made about the limitation of water that they receive with services, but definitely just keeping in mind about how they have to ration, but also reutilize this water because the amount given, they have to reutilize it even for other uses like with the kitchen, showering, even drinking, and even, some folks still garden. They still try to grow their own, produce because obviously, economically everything is very costly. So for her, she just wanted to make sure that she lets you all know that this was something that, this is what she has worked with the community residents to see how they can better use of those services that they get.
Y bueno, trabajando en conjunto y encontramos los programas que tienen, de verdad quiero decirles que es muy importante este apoyo que nos dan a corto plazo de darles agua. Obviamente necesitan más, pero también necesitamos una solución a largo plazo.
So she just wanted to kind of just like finalize in saying that this is definitely important that you all are supporting this community at a short term to really kind of get themselves set up for long term. And, obviously from here, what you're hearing today, there is still more on the short term side that they need support in order to get to the end goal, which is, hopefully consolidating to the nearby water system.
Y finalmente lo que nos gustaría es que tuvieran esa ayuda todo el tiempo que sea necesario hasta que tengan una solución permanente.
So ending that, we hope that you continue these services, that these services don't get cut from the community just because there has been multiple conversations or even those fears that, that the funding could end, their services could end. And so she really hopes that you maintain this on a long term, especially for future FEP conversations, so that this community can reach that end goal. So
Thank you for your time.
thank
Gracias
you.
a ti. Gracias a ti. A couple of quick questions. When it comes to the quantity challenges folks have, is it both on the hauled water side and on the drinking water side, or is there one or the other that seems to be more? It's on both that you're needing more.
It's both.
Or folks are needing more.
It's both. So the comments that were made earlier, this was what was communicated to me. There's some weeks that the hauled water does give them the full amount, which a lot of these hauled tanks are about 3,000. But I have been commented that there's times that they'll only give him like 1,800 or even like 2,000, 2,500. And it always just kind of like teeter-totters, and they always have to go out to let them know, like, well, they promised us that we would get the full 3,000, or we would get like the full, at least like 6 or 7 5-gallon jugs. A lot of the time, it's always a hit and miss, and they always have to be present in order to make sure that they do get the full amount that they were promised.
Yeah, looking to Ms. Oaxaca and Ms. Abhold just around that, do we have standards ultimately on what is supposed to be delivered to the households on the tank program? And if, how best can folks who have concerns about if those aren't being met, how can they bring them up or have those be addressed?
Yeah, no, those are great questions. And, this program is run through Self-Help Enterprises, and it's within the guidelines of the program that they have set up with our grant funding. So when we hear that there are concerns around the delivery of the services through that grant, then our project manager will reach out and try to resolve or dig in with Self-Help. And so if and when those issues are popping up, we would definitely want to hear about it so we can connect and try to learn more and mitigate the problem if there is one.
That's really helpful. And so, yeah, Ms. Islas and members of the community, as those issues come up, when they do, I think you should either Ms. Abhold or who best do you think, point of contact or self-help, but maybe.
Yeah, always reach out to us. You guys have my email address, and we can always connect you to the right folks.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Y gracias a ustedes por venir, por tu voz y tu tiempo y tu luchar. Es muy importante por nosotros que ustedes están aquí. Y so gracias por tu tiempo. Any questions and comments further from board members here? Oh, and the other thing I did want to say was, I'm glad we made the adjustment to the wording, because I know there was a lot of concern around, is the board pulling back from its programs? And truly, if there is another funding source, we want to see that funding source access so that we can ensure that, our funding sources are protected. But if there's not, the board is still here. And I think that that's important, that we, again, maintain continuity for communities while also doing our job to make sure we grow that pot as best we can, and ensure that GSAs or other groundwater sustainability agencies or others out there are really contributing as well. So know that that's where that intention came from, not a desire to pull back from communities that we're supporting currently. So I want to make sure and emphasize that. Comments, questions from other board members? Board Member Morgan, and then Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone who came to comment. It really is important to hear directly from the community and hear what is occurring day to day so that it goes into our decision making. So just really want to thank you. I know it's been a long day. You traveled far, and just really do appreciate you being here. And also, just the reminder about secondary contaminants. It's something that has been top of my mind for too long now. And as the chair said, no one wants to drink brown water. No one is going to. So that is a definite, it's a definite barrier, and it is, it's a concern. If you do not have water that you can drink, that there is, it's a health concern, that is your life. If you cannot turn on your faucet and have water that, not only that you can drink, but because of it being just colored, that does not mean that it is drinkable. No one is going to drink brown water. You cannot wash your clothes in brown water. You cannot wash your dishes in brown water. It is not just a color. And so, that it is very important to me to, continue to highlight that it is necessary for us to also make sure that we are moving forward projects that are considered to be secondary contaminants, make sure that we have drinkable water in a household. And so thank you for highlighting that, and that to be continued to be a focus of the Water Board. And then it's just, the staff just want to thank you for, pausing, taking time to listen to the comments that have come in, the community, making some adjustments, making some refinement to the language to make sure that the intent is clearly laid out there, because really it does come back to the words that are on paper and what that intent is, because that's what is interpreted, and that is how the program then is implemented. So really do appreciate your time and engagement there. And then also just your commitment for ongoing program coordination and engagement, because that there is also a key to the program and its continued success, is to continue to coordinate and engage and evolve as the program grows to ensure that we are doing our best to serve those needs of the most vulnerable that are here in California. And those really are those who have been underserved and those who cannot turn on their faucet and have drinking water regardless of what that reasoning is. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Actually, I apologize to interrupt in the middle. I think Mark Moulton, do we have an additional commenter or someone? Okay. Did you sign up? Apologies. Okay. Oh, okay. Hello, Self-Help. Thank you for being here, Self-Help. And yeah, please do introduce yourself as you come
Hi,
up.
good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Red Anderson. I'm the Assistant Director of Emergency Services Program with Self-Help. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us. I would just like to first off address the Perry Colony community. We are listening and we do hear your concerns. We do have a set amount of water that we do deliver. It's about 50 gallons per person per day. And if those deliveries are not made on time, we ask that please get in contact with us. But those regulations were set by the State Water Resources Control Board. So just thank you for your time, and we encourage everyone to make contact with your representatives and make contact with us here at Self-Help, and so we can address any issues if and when they do come up. We do have a great staff, and they do work very hard to make sure that those deliveries are made on time and to the correct amount. So we never want to leave anyone without the appropriate amount of water in any given situation. So thank you.
No, really appreciate that clarification, and just thank you for being here and continue to be a critical partner across all of this. It's really appreciated. Thank you. All right, Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I'll just echo the thanks to everyone. And also just, I just want to also share my appreciation for folks from Perry Colony that came all the way up here today. It's a long day, a lot of travel. But I think really helpful for us to have a real life grounding in communities that don't have, and households that don't have reliable access to safe water on a regular basis and haven't for years. I think, despite, in some ways, I think the work that Self-Help and DFA and the community leadership has done to get hauled and bottled water is a great success story, and that at least the communities are able to get water deliveries. And it sounds like there has been some good work in working through some of the challenges, like when you have a higher water need because of evaporative coolers, and you need to be able to cool your household. You need more water for that, and that's a necessity. And it sounds like from talking to you all before that there has been flexibility to be able to meet those needs, and that's really a successful example of folks problem solving between the different funding and service delivery and community partners, and to CJN as well for helping to facilitate that. So I want to recognize that problem solving that's going on. But I also think it's really helpful for us to hear how stressful it is to worry about that every day, and worry about if 1 month something's going to be late, or if something doesn't happen just right, what that means for you every day. Because even when you have excellent service providers, this is not a long-term solution. This has extreme stress and impacts to families, even when things are going well and you're getting the emergency services. And that's really helpful for us to be reminded of. I think that to me, it really underscores the importance of getting long-term solutions in, particularly for private well communities. And I just think this is one where it's a real challenge for us these days, because domestic well communities often fall through the cracks. It's been years and years that Perry Colony has been trying to get a permanent solution, and we aren't as far along as we need to be. And so I do feel like it's important to recognize that this fund expenditure plan is making it a priority to support long-term solutions for domestic well communities. There's a lot of progress we've made in trying to flesh out what that means and how we best do that. And I think, again, in this year ahead, figuring out how we can clarify how we can kind of measure success maybe a little better in terms of accelerating long-term solutions for domestic well communities, where this program is doing so many different things. It's evolving and learning, but I think the way that it's successful is because of the different partners, whether it's self-help that's doing a lot of the service providers, or community leaders that are traveling up all day, sitting in this room, helping us understand how real life plays out along these issues, both in terms of the interim and need for long-term solutions. And then I just, I think I was able to talk with a few of the folks here, and it really also underscores how connected we are to things like the Sigma programs. And this is an area one of the folks here brought up, just where you've got a huge amount of pumping from that, and you've got wells going dry. And I would hope that the GSA would be also more involved in this effort as well. But with that, I really appreciate everyone's work. I'm happy to make a motion, but also happy for other folks to talk.
Yeah, looking to Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for all the good work. I appreciate the public comments we heard, and certainly resonates with me the need to ensure that we have adequate amounts of drinking water and water for everyday use for communities that don't have it. I was actually reflecting on the Groundwater Sustainability Agency issue a little bit, so I'd be curious to hear more about that, maybe not now, but maybe offline, about how, I'm not sure exactly where this location is and the GSA that's involved, but to hear a little bit more about how that program may be engaged with this situation would be helpful for me. But on the bigger picture, I think we're just reflecting on the fund expenditure plan, and also the legislature's response this year in extending SB 200 funding, I think really shows how successful SAFER in this program has been over the last several years. And there was a vote of trust there that it will continue to be successful in helping, as many communities as we can going forward. So I'm very encouraged by that. And I was also encouraged to see some of the funding revisions, including the investment in pilot programs, both the point of use and point of entry programs, which I think are and can be very useful to communities that are struggling with the long-term solutions and finding pathways to consolidation. If there are no other alternatives, perhaps that is one that we need to lean in on a bit more to use it as a useful tool to ensure that drinking water does meet standards in the homes. But also the note about the regional operator program. I think that's very interesting. I'll be very interested to hear more about that as well, because I really think it's keeping an open mind about the suite of solutions that are out there and recognizing that it's not one size fits all, but there are opportunities there to leverage and really provide more with less in regional collaboration, regional programs, and perhaps something like this with the regional operators could be incredibly useful going forward. So thank you for being willing and open-minded about investing in those kinds of pilot efforts. And that's all I really wanted to share.
Really appreciate all of that, board member. Thank you. All right, looking to see if there's any further discussion at the dais, and then otherwise, I think we were prepared for a motion.
Move to adopt the fund expenditure plan.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo. Aye. Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the fund expenditure plan resolution is adopted. So thank you all again for the good work, this iterative program. Look forward to, I know the work starts already for the next fund expenditure plan, but this has been just, again, fantastic to see, and so look forward to further discussion. And thank you again, Ms. Islas. Y ustedes, gracias. All right, that wraps up item number 6 and brings us to board member reports. Looking quickly if folks have reports, Board Member Morgan.
Let's see here. So on October 22nd, I went down to San Gabriel Valley. They had their ribbon cutting for the plant B6 UV Plex treatment system. Yeah, not sure. Yeah, it was a long name. Got tongue-tied a few times there on it. It was really cool because they groundwater basin is impacted. The new system allows them to go ahead and treat their groundwater and to still be able to utilize it. It was it's the updated system to their previous system, and so they have the previous system pretty much across the driveway in one building, and they moved across to the new building for the new system. It's the first system in California. They actually did the pilot and everything, and worked with our staff in order to have this new system approved to be used in California. So it's the first one that has been installed. So they were very proud of that, which I say that they should be. And so that it was a great event. It did also receive $1.4 million in funding from us, and part of that was with the initial studies to do the pilot and the testing and the permitting within California. So, and then on October 25th, I took my son along with me. It was a Saturday. There was a wastewater plant tour that East Bay Mud did. And so he was, again, saying, Mom, another work event? Because the previous Saturday we went, but I was not working. There was more of, it was flood ready. An event that happens within Sacramento every year, the previous Saturday. So on the 25th, we went on a Halloween plant tour that East Bay Mud did. They had been planning on doing it for several years, and they finally finally did it. It was the first time. It was a lot of fun. It was a public tour. And it was really neat because for this one here, I was really just a member of the public. And it was not a tour that was done for me. So I really got to hear how a public tour, how East Bay Mud does a public tour. And they breaking down the information and hear the public feedback of, oh my goodness, I did not know this. I'm learning so much. This is wonderful. This is a great event. And it was raining on us. And everyone just stuck in and really great feedback throughout the tour of how much information the public was learning about their wastewater treatment system and the do's and don'ts, and just a lot of enthusiasm about being there. And the public came dressed in Halloween costumes and just had a great time. So it's just one more type of event that the industry is really trying to do to get out to more public engagement and bring in a different group of people to teach them about wastewater in the industry. And of course, my geeky wastewater self thought it was just the best thing ever, and I just had to be there. So, and then October 29th, I went, West Basin had a ribbon cutting for a recycled water extension. It was an extension to the Palos Verdes Golf Club. The golf club had been wanting to do it for about 20 years. They have actually been saving their own money and planning, and it was a great contributor and partner. State Board also did contribute, and also West Basin. The thing about this was that they were that big end user that made the project worthwhile. So with it being extended to get to the golf club, it also was able to be extended to schools, median strips, parks along the way. So it's one of those projects where the multi-benefit, and while this project would not have occurred without the golf course really pushing and being persistent on, we want to use recycled water for our facility. And so it was really interesting and good to hear just about through the years how many different hands laid on this project, and how it was just such an important piece of the community, and where they were continuously putting more and more money into the project to make sure that it occurred, with knowing that not only would they be able to use recycled water, but knowing that along the way, that route to get to them, the parks and the schools and median strips, everything else would be picked up along that way. So it was a really cool, that also was a really great event, and it was great to learn more about it. And then on October 30th, I was in the city of Fontana for the Village of Heritage Recycled Water Line ribbon cutting. That it was also a recycled water extension from Cucamonga Valley Water District. And so they extended their recycled water line over to the city of Fontana. And so again, it's just another great event where there's an extension of a recycled water line, and it then is now serving a community where you again have your parks and other green spaces that are now being able to be watered by recycled water. So just a couple of great recycled water projects and extensions, and just foresight and just vision, and just really getting some extensions. And it was really great to see these projects where you have existing infrastructure and they still were hey, no, we want to extend recycled water pipelines out to us. And, and it made it happen. So just a couple of really great events. October was busy, a great month.
Fantastic. Really appreciate all that. And thank you. I know the travel can be a bit much, but it means so much, I know, to the projects and the communities when we're able to get out, we're able to connect with folks. And so thank you for being out there so much. Really appreciate it, board member. Vice Chair.
Those are some frequent flyer miles you racked up. That's great. I only have one project to report on, and that is City of San Luis Obispo's resource recovery expansion project. And this is expansion for their recycled water project. They also upgraded a lot of aging infrastructure. And I was just fascinated by some of the things that the engineers found as they, tore up the pavement and found some pipes that hadn't been mapped and that sort of thing. So beautiful facility right along a creek. They expect to have positive impact on reduction of HABs. It's a great site for school tours. And I was just excited also to see Region 5 Executive Officer and Chair Gray. A lot of their board members were there, city council members that are just really invested in clean water, and had a lot of questions for me about what the board is doing in a number of fronts. And so just a very active community event.
That's fantastic. Really, it really does feel we're kind of at a generational moment, right? Where it's just there is so much going on, and we're fortunate to be funders and partners with a lot of great leaders out there. So thank you for that, Vice Chair. Quickly, on October 22nd, was invited to the Stanford's Water Flagship Destination Kickoff. It's this kind of incubator program that Stanford has, and was fortunate to be on a panel with some folks in the water sector. And importantly, Secretary Garcia did the fireside chat prior. So it was good to be able to share the space with her, connect with folks like Buzz Thompson, Professor Thompson there at Stanford, who I got to work with when I was back in DC in Senator Boxer's office, and catch up with some folks. So it was a good event, and really appreciative of all the innovation that I know that is going on in the water space right now, especially around data. There were a couple, and what we got was a quick, medley download from the various projects that are in the destination flagship program. And there was a number of AI programs. There was one that was really interesting that's taking and summarizing all the GSA meetings into like a daily newsletter, which, I'll have to send the link around to folks. It was really good. And, I know I shared it with our folks internally as perhaps a resource as we keep track of all those many changes that GSAs are making as they're under even our purview. So just really great to connect with the students who just give me a lot of hope, because they're far brighter than I am and are so much more accomplished and doing really amazing things, and just glad to be able to connect. So the other thing that I was going to mention was October 28th through 30th, I was down in Southern California in Pasadena and Los Angeles for our Colorado River Basin Salinity Forum and Advisory Council meetings. It is a gathering of governor-appointed folks from all the Colorado River Basin states, where we focus on water quality, but more importantly on salinity. And I think, as folks may know, for every 100 milligrams per liter of increased TDS or salts in the water supply in Southern California, it equates to about $300 to $500 million in treatment. And so this program is incredibly important to us as a state in California, because we're at the tail end of the straw, and is a just great forum to continue to connect with our basin state colleagues. Obviously, the quantity discussions get most of the attention these days, but as we well know here, the quality discussion is one that in the long term, if you don't address now at cheaper cost, can really harm you. So really appreciated the space, and actually think it's time maybe I don't think we've ever had an informational item on the program, and I think it'd be great to be able to hear about all that work that is going on. There's several salinity coalitions, both in Southern California and other multi-states that, and given our CV Salts recent discussion, I think could be really enlightening to hear about the work of the forum. So potential informational item in the future there. And that's all I have. Board Member McGuire.
All right. Yes, just one item for me. So on October 24th, I went down to Seal Beach area, Long Beach, which is the mouth of the San Gabriel River. We have a once-through cooling facility, Alamitos, and actually the Haines City of LA's facility is right there as well. I learned they're right next to each other. And so right at that spot, I have the Los Cerritos wetlands, which is fortunately, I think, the first, if not one of the first, wetland mitigation projects that's being constructed that has a link to once-through cooling mitigation funds. Yeah. So it's one of those rare ones where we didn't actually directly fund this. So I'm not here to highlight water board funding, provided for this project. But I thought it was a really important moment to go down there and celebrate the kickoff and groundbreaking of the project with the Coastal Conservancy and Ocean Protection Council and others who were there. So it's should be good. And CDFW was there. They were engaged in making sure that the reconnecting the wetlands to the San Gabriel River will provide habitat for some listed species in the area, and also building a park facility. So it'll be multi-benefit. So they're estimating construction will be about a year. So if someone's interested in checking out the ribbon cutting when that's all done, that would be an opportunity. But I think it's really important to see that that kind of work move forward. So happy to be a part of it.
That's awesome. Glad you are. And that's a great through line for all of our discussion around that fund. And yes, not our dollars, but yeah, that's really great. Thank you, board member. Board member Firestone.
No update.
All right. Thank you. All right. That concludes board member reports and brings us to item number 8, the executive director's report. Mr. Oppenheimer.
Yeah, thanks. It's just a comprehensive report as usual, but I don't really have anything specific to highlight this month. Thanks.
Thank you. As always, really appreciate all the good work that goes in to just be able to broadcast all that we're doing. So folks should really dig into the compendium. If they have any questions, always, we have public forum. All right. Thank you, everyone. That brings us to the end of today's component of the meeting. We have our meeting tomorrow morning that we'll continue on. But importantly, we'll also go into closed session here. I don't know. Do we want to give ourselves 15 minutes, 20 minutes? Mr. Wiles, do you have a sense of when folks may be ready? Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll then say 20 minutes. Does that work? Or 15 if we want to be quicker. Let's say 15. We'll start at 3:15 up at room 2540. So we have windows. And we will be having closed session on the Delta Conveyance Project and sites. And that is it. We will be adjourned until tomorrow morning then. And just thank you, everyone. Much appreciation for the good discussions today. We will see you tomorrow morning when we continue on to our workshop on the Tuolumne Scientific Basis Report for the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update. All right. Thanks all. We'll see you soon. See you tomorrow.